This weekend, National STOL heads west from Louisiana to St. Joseph, Missouri for our second stop on the 2025 circuit. In 1860, this city led the United States charge westward, with horse-mounted riders carrying mail all the way to the Pacific coast. It seems fitting, then, that Rosecrans Memorial Airport would be home to the 139th Airlift Wing and their mighty C-130s carrying cargo of a much different kind. Welcome to Pony Express STOL. Today, the competition heats up with the debut of the Wilderness class. Prepare to be amazed by the new heavy experimentals piloted by touring class legends Brandon Korn and John McCardle. The Sport class continues its skirmish with two full heats of pilots, hungry to unseat Eddie Sanchez. Jeff Pohl stands alone as the only Cessna in the Backcountry class willing to defend against the Huskies and the Scouts. And it's the triumphant return of Hal Stockman to the Unlimited class in Lawnmower 4.1. But Jared Garrettson, Brian Steck, and Pat McIntyre are ready for a dogfight. That's just the beginning of the action. It's time to saddle up. The line is painted. We're cleared for takeoff. Let's get these engines started. National STOL's Pony Express STOL starts now. And indeed, it is going to start right now. Welcome, everybody, Av Geeks, STOL Freaks, all the way to St. Joe, Missouri for Rosecrans Memorial Airport's Pony Express STOL. My name is Ryan Dabrowski.
I'm Cam Walton.
And we're ready to bring the wondrous adventure of STOL to you today on what is going to prove to be an amazing day, Cam.
Yeah.
Look at the wind just howling. It was howling so much we didn't even have practice yesterday.
Nope. Got canceled because of the wind. Now it's down the runway instead of a crosswind.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now. So if you were joining us yesterday during practice, we apologize we couldn't get any flying in.
Yeah.
The wind was howling more than it is today, and from a direct crosswind from the west. Not safe conditions for STOL flying on any of the runways here at Rosecrans Memorial. So instead, we had to punt a little bit. We're ready for competition today, and the great thing is if you look at that windsock, if you look at those flags, that National STOL flag, they are blowing almost down the runway. We've got more headwind than I think we had. Well, definitely more headwind than we had yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's only going to get better throughout the day. The wind's going to shift to coming more from the north. So again, welcome to Rosecrans Memorial Airport here in St. Joe, Missouri. And the runway we're going to be operating on today is this grass runway they mowed for us, Cam. It's runway 1735.
Heck yeah. It looks nice and smooth. They even rollered it, I think, as well, earlier in the week.
Gave it a little bit of rolling. You'll notice that there is a little bit, we didn't talk about this yesterday at all because we didn't fly very much, but there is a little bit of a grade,
yeah.
Right? It does kind of descend to the left for the pilots today.
Yeah.
They're going to be landing on a little bit of an angle.
Yeah, kind of giving some of that, what was it, Lone Star last year that had a little bit of a grade to it?
A little bit of Lone Star vibes here at the Pony Express. We are also at the home of the 139th Airlift Wing. That's the Missouri Air National Guard. Check out those C-130 Hercules aircraft. You were doing a lot of Av Geek nerd analyzation of what they were flying yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are H-model C-130s. They're the old Smoky boys, so they have paddles on them. If you look at them, they've got the standard traditional flat props as opposed to the scimitar shaped blades of the C-130Js, like the C-130J that we saw come in yesterday and had an exciting landing itself.
Oh, maybe we'll tease that for one of the upcoming breaks. We can show one of the landings. So the crosswind's no joke. U.S. Air Force is not going to mess around, though. They're going to train in the hardest of conditions, and they were out training yesterday. And they did have things were a little sporty on one of the landings. But look at the size of those aircraft, right? The C-130 is one of the smaller airlift airplanes we have in the airlift category, right? And compared to those Cessnas, it looks like we got either a 172 or a 152 down there. We've got looks like a Cirrus down there, so just they're an order of magnitude larger. And is that Long Easy down there too, like a home built from the 70s. Looks like a little spaceship, kind of sits on its nose. Those are really cool. Also, want to mention, folks, as you're joining us here in St. Joe, or if you're watching online, Today is National Armed Forces Day, and it's a day we're so proud to be able to bring this to you here at the home of an airlift wing. It's a day that we pause to honor the men and women of not only America's Air Force, but also the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Coast Guard, and the Space Force.
Yes.
So we're very grateful to everyone that is serving our country on a day like today, and hopefully we can put our little STOL spin on celebrating that and honoring those folks. So.
Yeah.
We can go up to the chat. Anyone in the chat you want to say hi to, Cam? We got a couple people chiming in.
Oh, yeah. Let's say hi to Katrina. She's co-hosting the STOL competitions for National STOL with me and Austin. So shout-outs to Katrina. And then we've got Ray Powell as well in the chat. Good afternoon. He's in Tweed, UK. So shout out to the chat. And if you look on screen, we've got weather conditions. We've got winds out of the 300 at 15 to 25 knots. And it looks like the altimeter is 29.91. So it's a good day. It's a good day to fly. Humidity is, 48%?
Yeah, not bad, and sunny and dry out here today, and that wind again from 300. I was checking it before the broadcast started, and it was looking like it was going to be shifting over to 330.
Okay,
right? It's going to be even better. So we're basically 1735 here for us. So really excited to see the flying. I know the pilots are excited. I was talking to Jared Garrettson, who's going to be flying a couple different aircraft today. Actually, he can't get enough competing, and he was like, "Oh, we're in world record territory today," and I was like, "Oh, Dan Reynolds isn't here because he's up in Valdez. Yep. Don't let him hear you say that."
Yeah.
So if Dan were here, now obviously he's got to do Valdez, right? He can't not do that. That's his home turf there. But he's gonna, if he were here, I think if he's watching right now in between heats at Valdez, he's gonna be like, "Oh, I wish I had that wind.
Yeah.
I wish I had that wind down in St. Joseph, Missouri." So just getting ready to bring stuff to you folks here at, again, if you're joining us, it's Rosecrans Memorial Airport in St. Joseph, Missouri. It's STJ, Sierra Tango Juliet, in your sectional. You want to load that up on iFly EFB or any other app. You can kind of see what we're working with here.
Yeah.
Hey, what's your name? Trey Drowns. Trey Drowns. Trey Drowns. Trey. Yep, Trey Drowns.
He's his mic's picking everything up right now. Trey's mic was picking that up, and then maybe we can let CW know when he yells, our mics pick it up too.
Yeah, and you can see that beautiful flag waving in the background. I think last night while we were eating dinner, we got told that was provided by Altec.
Oh yeah, they've got the bucket trucks there holding it up. It's kind of fun. We were over there. We were driving under it last night because it's over a road by the airport there, so that was kind of cool to see hanging out there in the breeze. But yeah, so let's talk a little bit about yesterday, right? Yesterday the winds again were, I think, at one point gusting over 35.
Yeah, I want to say that there was like a 4 in front of one of those numbers at one point.
Yeah, at some point. So real sporty, but again, today it's going to be a lot better. We have a really cool lineup for you all today. You're going to see, first of all, the beginning of the wilderness class for National STOL. That's something that just started this year in 2025. With the wilderness class is the touring class, right? That's the heavies. We started to see some new experimental aircraft enter the circuit last year, and they were giant experimental touring aircraft that were just not, it was not a fair fight against the competitive, the certificated airplanes. So you're going to see that for the first time on the 2025 circuit today with We've got a bunch of different airplanes that can do that. The Backcountry Super Cub Boss is the one I'm thinking about that entered the circuit last year. You're going to see that flying in the wilderness class. You're also going to see the backcountry class, things like that, the old favorites, but also new this year is the Cub class, where we have more of the Cub type airplanes, not in the sport class. Again, try to make that more competitive. And the vintage Cub class, the first time we're seeing that as well, giving those old vintage, you're going to see a Champ fly today, those old vintage aircraft flying. So that's going to be really great to see. All your other favorite classes are here. We've got a lot of aircraft that have made the trip through really quite hectic weather in the United States from all over. I heard they had an emergency alert in Chicago yesterday about a dust storm. So it's been a little hectic. But now it is time to kick things off. If you could please rise, remove your caps and hats for the national anthem sung by Trey Drowns.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And a big round of applause for Trey Drowns, everybody, for that beautiful rendition of the national anthem. Woo. Thank you very much for that, sir. And again, thank you, everybody, for joining us today here at Rosecrans Memorial Airport in St. Joseph, Missouri, as we celebrate, in our own way, National Armed Forces Day here at an airbase. This is a cool thing. That's a cool thing. That's a surprising thing. I don't know if we've been at an airbase before in National STOL history. We've been close. Like we were under, MCS Yuma. We were underneath F-35s coming out of NAS Oceana when we're at Heritage STOL. So we're adjacent, but I don't know if we've ever actually had like military training ops happening while we
or any military aircraft on the ramp.
So you might, if you're new here, if you're new in the crowd here in Rosecrans Memorial Airport in St. Joe, if you're new here, you might be wondering, hey, what is this? What is this crazy STOL thing?
Here?
Why are we here? So let's break it down for you right now. How many times am I going to say where we're at?
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear, tricycle, and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies. It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
I'm Jeff Abrams from Ocala, Florida. Fly an aircraft called Piperzilla, 1965 Cherokee 180. Just enjoy it. It's a great experience, something different to do with the airplane versus just fly around the traffic pattern or go to nearby restaurants or whatever in the airplane, and gets me far away from home.
My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180. Action!
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a STOL airplane, but you know, it had a lot of different uses. They dropped parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They were a pretty useful airplane. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but you know, it's too bad because they're pretty neat airplanes.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas, and I'm in the heavy touring class. There's some tough competition out here.
I got no expectations of winning anything here. I'm just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
Well, it felt good. It's definitely a lot different flying in this high altitude, but I like it. You gotta really nurse it off the runway though. Got some competition out here. Aaron over there, flying all over the country. So we're having lots of fun.
And we're back at Pony Express STOL, St. Joseph, Missouri, Rosecrans Memorial Airport. You can see some of our STOL competitors lined up in that shot. And here we go with the touring and wilderness class lineup. We've got number 65, Jeff Abrams, in the 65 Piper Cherokee out of Ocala, Florida. 307, John Douglas in the 64 Cessna 182 out of Pinedale, Wyoming. Number 10, John McCardle in the 78 Maul M5-235C out of Nebraska. We've got 603 starting the wilderness class with Jarrett Garrettson in the 2024 Backcountry Boss out of Wamago, Kansas. I hope I said that right. And number 30, Brandon Korn in the 2024. He's also flying the Backcountry Boss out of Hearne, Texas.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see these heavies all fly together. And what you're going to see in competition today is we're going to kick things off with the touring class. The touring classes are the certificated airplanes that Cam just mentioned, the Cherokee, the 182, the Maul. And then Jared Garrettson's going to run with the touring class in the Backcountry Boss, and then we're going to switch to Backcountry. Brandon Korn is going to run the Backcountry Boss, the same plane.
Yeah.
So it'll be kind of fun for them to see who's better.
It's going to be really interesting to see how that's going to work.
So Brandon's going to run with the Backcountry class in the same wilderness class aircraft. So they're kind of bridging the gap so they can swap the pilots in the airplane there.
Yeah.
But really cool to see. And again, this Backcountry Boss, it's the 2024 Backcountry Super Cub Boss. Say that 10 times fast. And that is the airplane. If I don't want to misspeak, but I feel like that airplane combined with what some of the other pilots are building and working on. John McCardle's flying a Maul today.
Yeah.
He's building a Bearhawk 5. He showed me some videos of it during the pilot briefing. Well, just before the pilot briefing, let me be clear. It is huge. I was like, you could live in there.
Yeah.
And he's like, you could live in there, except you'd always be laying downhill if you were sleeping because of the angle of attack is so big because it's such a huge airplane.
Yeah.
He told me that it's in some way, shape, or form larger than the Backcountry Boss.
Okay.
And so when you see that airplane, folks, you're going to see an airplane that looks like it's just shoveling the air out of the way. And this Bear Hawk 5 that we're about to see in the circuit in a couple competitions once its paperwork signed off. It's all built. Just waiting for the FAA to come take a look and say, good job, you built this well. It's going to be cool to see. So that's why that wilderness class exists. Are we taxi dancing?
All right.
All right, let's get this touring class started in race number 65. A 1965 Piper Cherokee 180 Charlie model from Ocala, Florida. Give it up for Jeff Abrams.
Jeff Abrams is a super accomplished pilot. He's flown for 3 different airlines for 35 years, with the final 25 years at UPS, and now he's retired. He's been flying for 60 years plus with over 26,500 hours.
Yeah, and was an air show pilot for a while in there, too.
Yeah, we've heard that last night.
Yes,
That's so awesome.
Totally crazy. All right, in race number 307 from Pinedale, Wyoming, it's a 1964 Cessna 182. Give it up for John Douglas.
John Douglas is a father in a proud family of 3 daughters with 2 sons, 2 sons-in-law, 2 daughters-in-law, 9 grandchildren, and another on the way. And the only thing growing faster than the family is his love for STOL.
Yeah, he's one of the hosts of Rocky Mountain STOL in Pinedale, Wyoming.
Yes.
Worth checking that out in August. It was his birthday yesterday. So I know he turned 25, so I don't know how he's got so many grandkids at 25 years old. All right, in race number 10, which is a Mall M5 1978 from Omaha, Nebraska, give it up for John McCardle.
John is a relatively new pilot. He's been licensed for just about a year and a half, and he grew up playing football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how accurate that. We might need John McCardle to update his bio, because I think he's been flying for longer than a year and a half at this point.
Yeah,
we gotta, John, update your bio with the National STOL team, and that thing's got a Lycoming 235 in it, 31 bush wheels, and he's the one who's building that Bear Hawk 5. All right, check out this thing. Race number 603. It's a 2024 Backcountry Super Cub Boss, all the way from Manhattan, Kansas. I guess it's not that far this time. Give it up for Jared Garrettson.
Jared is in his second year of competition. His second year of competition season with National STOL, and he buys, sells, trades, and builds experimental backcountry aircraft in his main gig. So yeah,
and you'll see him flying multiple airplanes today. He likes to fly. It says here on his bio, if I can fit in it, I'll fly it.
Let's do it.
So I haven't talked to Brandon Korn yet or Jared to figure out why they're doing the old do-si-do with the
Backcountry Boss.
Yeah, but it's going to be really cool to see them both put that airplane through its paces. You are going to see, I'm scrolling here, he's also going to be flying a Badlands Traveler later in the Unlimited class. So Jared Garrettson looking to get 2 different opportunities to get on the board. And there's the lineup now. On the line, there's Jeff Abrams and Piper Zilla.
We're going to have Lexi bring him up to the line here shortly.
So this is a great opportunity for us to help you understand a little bit more again about how STOL works. So imagine that we are taking off and landing on a fictional sandbar, and where Lexi will be standing right on that line, that start-stop line, is the edge of the sandbar. And so if you're taking off in that situation, you want to use as much runway as possible. Yep. So our pilots will taxi up to that line. Let's imagine that's the beginning of the sandbar. They'll go full bore, take off as short as possible, make a traffic pattern. The traffic pattern here in St. Joseph is a little bit bigger than our normal traffic patterns because we have to go around the C-130s. The Air Force not super excited about us flying bush planes over their C-130s, so we have to go a little bit further around the pattern. And then they'll come in for landing. If you land short of that line, let's pretend we're in that sandbar analogy again, you're going for a swim.
Yeah.
So you got to land after the line, and then down as short as possible. You'll also see, folks, on the line out there, you're going to see some judges in yellow high-vis vests. Those are other pilots, and they are going to make sure that our pilots are down and stopped, and then they're going to measure that distance from the line. Let's be real, it's just a tape measure.
Yeah.
There's a tape measure there, and they can see where the main wheels stopped. So on Jeff's plane, it's the wheels in the back, but on the Mall, 2 aircraft behind it, the red and cream-colored one, it's the wheels in the front. We're going to measure from those wheels and then combine those scores together. So your shortest, you want a short number on both ends. We combine it, and then we take your best run. You don't get your best takeoff combined with your best landing.
Right,
it's the
right.
best pair. That's how the scoring works.
Yeah. That was very, very precise in your explanation.
I hope I did a good job. It's basically airplane golf, folks.
Yeah.
Airplane golf is what we're trying to do out here today. So this started, this whole thing, National STOL and Backcountry STOL competitions all started with pilots who were doing this functionally in the backcountry, saying to other pilots, you know what, I think I can be a little bit shorter than you.
Yep. Always a competition.
We want to give respect to Valdez up in Alaska, which is also happening this weekend. That's kind of where a lot of this started, like competition style.
Yeah, absolutely.
So hope they're having fun up there. We know a lot of our competitors are there. Now we've got a green flag, folks, for the touring class. Time to get our first takeoff of Pony Express STOL in the books with Jeff Abrams. Getting there full throttle. He's going to get it rolling. Notice he's got the crosswind inputs in the ailerons. Back, dropping those flaps. Nursing the ground. He was going to
crab into the wind.
Exactly.
It looks really good. I love that angle. You can actually see how much crab input, how much rudder input he's using for that crab. John Douglas now pulling up to the line. He's going to do the same song and dance as Jeff, except he's doing it in a high wing Cessna compared to the low wing Cherokee. Both of these aircraft known pretty well as training aircraft. Lots of schools use them.
Brake release for John Douglas. He's going to be giving it what for here. Flaps already down and easing it off. He maybe could have gone off a little sooner, I think.
Yeah.
If the airplane kind of like leaps into the air exactly like that, you think like, oh, it's weird to say it needs to struggle just a little bit because you can get it a little bit shorter if you can use the what's called ground effect, folks. You can use that to your advantage. Now we're going to see something completely different. We're going to see the Mall. This is our friend John McCardle from Omaha, Nebraska. This is more of what you'd call like a quintessential bush plane. It's already a pretty big airplane. You look behind it, waiting in the wings.
He's giving it full power.
Getting that tail nice and high. And taking it off. Notice that a little bit of wind under that left wing, but he corrected with aileron. So that's John McCardle. Technically, that is the first run of the touring class. Now we're popping over to the wilderness class. Again, same basic requirements. You've got aircraft that are heavy, big gross weights. Gross weight is how much can the airplane, its empty weight and everything it can carry combined together.
Yeah.
So this is Jared Garrettson in the 2024 Backcountry Super Cup Boss. Look at the giant wing. Lots of power there, getting the tail up and off. Sub 125. That thing is a flying building.
I mean, he pulled just a little early, but he struggled just like what you were talking about just a moment ago about, it should struggle a little bit. Like, the struggle happened, but sub 125 in such a huge aircraft.
Yeah, that is a small number. And what's crazy about it too is now he kind of knows, right? Everyone's getting their first run in. Now he knows, so he can pull just a little bit later for Jared.
Yeah.
And he'll get off shorter, which doesn't make much sense when you say it out loud.
Yeah.
But you need the airplane to have a little more flying speed. So, Cam and I have been sitting here doing our backseat pilot things. Here comes Jeff Abrams now on short final in the Cherokee. Had a takeoff of 242 feet. Settling down in.
Yeah.
Oh, right on the line. I don't know if I've ever seen him stop that short.
Wow.
Was it a scratch, though? Oh! Judges calling it a scratch. Look at the replay here. Is Lexi watching? And, just
man.
before the line, probably 2 or 3 feet before the line. So in that metaphor of the sandbar, he got a little wet.
Just a little wet.
So that whole run does not count now for Jeff Abrams. And with this wind, he's almost halved his takeoff and landing distances compared to normal.
I was not expecting him to stop that short in front of us.
Wow, we're gonna see some cool things from Jeff Abrams.
Yeah.
Now watch low and to your left, folks. Here comes John Douglas in the 182. You can see him fighting those gusts. Little burst of power.
Yep.
He's good over the line. Now he's got to get it stopped, keeping that aileron into the wind. Those flaps droop down. Heavy on the brakes. You're going to hear that phrase a lot today.
Yeah, he probably gave up 50 feet or so. So his next run, he's going to get it dialed in and get it a little bit shorter. But, you could see him on the brakes, kicking up all that dust. I think this is going to be a good competition to see when they're applying the brakes. And seeing all that shimmy come from the wheel pants of Jeff Abrams' aircraft.
Waiting for John Douglas's landing score to pop into the scoring sheet. Meanwhile, look now low and to your left. Different type of approach. John McCardle in the maul. And he's working those gusts. You can see the airplane kind of popping up around, bouncing around in the wind there. Look at that great drone shot.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful
keeping pace
shot
with him. Now he's got to keep it off the ground. A little bit of power. Keep it off the ground.
All right. A little hot. There's a little energy coming in, but that's what he's going to need to battle these gusts. Since we don't have consistent winds. And it's looking somewhere around 250. It's maybe shorter than 250 feet.
Yeah, gave up about 2 plane lengths over the line.
Yeah.
And I think it was that little burst of power he needed to keep it. Then you've got more energy you need to dissipate.
Yeah.
So John McCardle on the board as well. Our first scores are in. Again, Jeff Abrams not on the board yet with that scratch. John Douglas currently in second place with a combined score of 573. He's going to be really happy with that. He is just constantly trying to improve. And then John McCardle now first place in touring with 358. We're going to slide over to the wilderness class now. Here comes Jared Garrettson.
Battery level is low.
Is the plane even moving?
Aircraft.
So at breakfast, everyone was enamored by how slow that aircraft is on approach. I mean, they were wrenching on it earlier this morning, and then Jared took it out, and we were just watching them fly in, and almost looks like a Harrier.
Yeah, I mean, look at all that flap. Those are the inboard control surfaces, providing extra drag and lift. Here he comes now to the line.
Wow.
I don't even know what I just saw.
That was downy smooth, downy soft on that landing.
What happened? What just happened? Watch this on the replay. I don't even know. It was so graceful.
That's not
just
fair.
Like bloop and what, like 70, maybe 80 feet, it looks like. 80 feet. We'll see what it is on the scoreboard here. Jared Garrettson's takeoff was 115, ended up being 93-foot landing. That is bonkers for an airplane that weighs, I was about to say 1 billion pounds. It doesn't. It's got a gross weight of...
I mean, it will be 1 billion pounds when you have 4 people in there and all their stuff.
3,600 pounds for that airplane gross weight.
Jeez.
So not only is it just physically gigantic compared to the other airplanes. It is also the heaviest airplane in competition today, and the heaviest airplane you'll see fly today, except for maybe one of the Hercules.
Yeah, yeah. We don't have Chip Ferguson here with this Beaver. So, yeah, the Backcountry Boss is going to have to be it.
Piper Zilla taxiing up to the line now, looking to get on the board, getting those main wheels lined up. Great takeoff, 242 for Jeff Abrams.
Let's see what he does with this wind.
If you like what you see from Jeff Abrams or any of the other pilots competing today, don't forget to go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote and vote for your favorite pilot. The fan favorite pilot actually does win an award at every event. Voting closes today at the end of competition. Now, Jeff Abrams.
Releasing the brakes on the go. Going to start, see him pull back and drop the flaps.
Ooh, that right main wants to hang on a little bit.
Yeah, she wasn't ready to fly. Judges getting together and figuring out what they just saw. While John Douglas pulls up to the line, and we wait for Jeff Abrams to clear the pattern, or at least clear upwind.
So while he goes around, the other thing I want to mention to folks is we are actually simulcasting right now on Live Airshow TV.
Ooh, hey.
So be sure to check us out on Live Airshow, our friends over there, always putting on a good show. Here is John Douglas on the roll, getting that tail down nice, and that was nice.
You know, Brendan's not flying the 205, but we can get some nose wheel tail dragger action going on today from John Douglas.
Yeah. Jeff Abrams' takeoff significantly longer this time, maybe pulled a little too early based on the fact that it settled back down there. Judges calling that 350 feet. John Douglas's takeoff score coming into the board soon. His previous takeoff was 233. Here comes John McArdle.
He's on the brakes right now, giving it full throttle. Gonna put the tail up. He's gonna slam it back down.
There we go. Okay. Nice one for John McArdle.
Nice and smooth.
Considerably longer than his last takeoff, though. Something didn't feel classic John McArdle there. I don't know if it was the wind gusts. He got it up on the wheels and did kind of what I would call a standard wheel takeoff. A standard tail dragger takeoff. So something didn't feel right for him. He held it on the ground a little bit longer and then nursed it off there.
Yeah, I think he had it switched from a quartering crosswind to a direct crosswind looking at these flags.
Jared Garrettson in the wilderness class. Big old flaps hanging down, yanking it off. Left main's off, right main's off.
That is impressive from such a large airplane.
You can see why the pilot committee was like, hey, we should make a new class for this thing.
Yeah.
And other airplanes like it.
Yeah.
Well, they're going around the pattern, folks. If you are here in St. Joseph, you're here at Pony Express, don't forget to visit the merch booth.
Yeah, get you a shirt.
Very exciting today. The event shirts for Pony Express are going to be like couriered in around noon. You got to get one of those. We've got them flying in, literally. So go check out the merch booth. Go also check out all the great vendors. The Missouri Air National Guard is here. Was talking to the folks from their operation yesterday. Learned a little bit about it. $50,000 sign-on bonus right now, Air National Guard.
Yeah, that's a Hellcat.
Yeah. That's a Piper Cub. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Here's Jeff Abrams. Good over the line. Gave up about 50 feet. And he's just kicking up all the dirt. Something changed with the wind, I think, between first run and second run.
It's definitely a direct crosswind, at least from the flags in front of us. We did have a left quartering crosswind earlier. And I think it switched on John McArdle's takeoff, like you were saying, something that changed, because I saw him give some heavy rudder inputs and then straighten up pretty much in front of us. So Winds are doing the wind dance right now. As John Douglas is on long final, long for us at least.
Lining up for the landing zone. Landing zone here at Pony Express, sponsored by Sunshine Digital Signs.
All right.
Thank you, Sunshine Digital Signs. Here's John Douglas now, settling down in the pocket. Burst of throttle, burst again of throttle. Good over the line, gracefully down.
Yeah.
And just digging trenches. Which is sorry, airport managers. Sorry,
Yeah.
Julius, the airport manager here. That he's gonna have to fill those divots in. Look at this on the replay, just holding it off, but now giving up maybe 25, 30 feet before it touched down.
Yeah, you can see the brakes. His wheels locked up, scooting into the ground, making a little trench work.
I heard they needed to work on the drainage here, so he's just helping. He's just digging some drainage ditches
Yeah,
with
putting
those
some
tires.
French drains in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really nice. I hear that's expensive work.
Here comes John McCardle to your left in the crowd. Not as strong of a takeoff from him this time. It's marked as 300 plus.
Okay.
Ooh, holding the
Ooh.
tail off. And down and settled. Getting it stopped, keeping it straight. He's working against that crosswind.
Yeah.
Look at how expertly he did that. I thought we were about to see a little bit, not a full ground loop, but definitely like a little pirouette at the end, and he kept that perfectly straight. I also called out like, oh, the tail is about to touch. Here's the deal, folks. On a tail dragger airplane, the tail can touch.
Absolutely.
You'll see, we've seen Eddie Sanchez in the sport class.
Just drag it in.
75 feet or more. Just like the tail wheel just dancing on its own on the grass. So that's totally cool to touch there, but he definitely saved it from touching the line and from going a little sideways, I think.
Jared Garrettson and the Backcountry boss. The super wide Cub.
Look at this thing.
The super wide Super Cub.
Look
if
at this
you will.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, big angle of attack, working those flaps, a lot of lift. You can hear it's got a huge engine.
Yeah.
Giving up some over the line.
Wow.
Ooh, working those main gear now this time. Sub 100 foot. Sub 100 foot landing. I'm calling it.
I don't even know what I just saw. Like, we've got great wind. He's got it now. I mean, his approach was super slow.
It's incredible watching that airplane. It is just bonkers. Here comes the number. They're typing in 94-foot landing for a 3,600-pound gross weight airplane. Round of applause.
I mean,
for that one. That was insane. He's going to have a combined score right now of 208. Actually, on his first run was his best. That one was 220 on the second run. We're lining up for another run of the touring class now. And look at the folks in the chat here. Katrina in the chat saying, Hover Cub.
yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Helium in the tires is what she says. Yes.
She says, that Cub boggles my brain. How does something so chonky take off so well? Look at that. We got some other folks in the chat here. Matt Peterson, one of our competitors in the chat. Luke Strandland, one of the big touring class competitors, wilderness class competitors.
What's up, Luke?
Nick 402 says, I hope John McCardle is flying with his shirt off today. Hashtag six pack. Okay, here comes Jeff Abrams. Number 65. Giving it all the ponies.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I don't think it touched. I don't think that left main touched. I think he kept it good off the ground. That was nice and short. Watch here. He's off well short. Watching on the replay. Does it touch? I see daylight.
Yeah.
I would be mad. I would be mad if the judges walk all the way down there. I think he
there was substantial daylight under
he did
there.
ATP hot boy stuff. 270?
That's almost in front of us.
Okay, John Douglas now in the 182. Nicely done. Oh, the wind is back in favor.
Yes. Yeah. sub 225, looks like 215, 212 somewhere.
And I have a very important update
Ooh.
for Nick 402 in the chat. John McCardle is wearing a shirt.
Oh.
Sorry.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, Nick.
215 for that takeoff from John Douglas.
Whoo! What is happening? We're not even at the small airplanes yet. Okay,
Yeah.
Here comes the Maul.
Tail coming up.
That is more what we see.
I mean,
That's
yeah.
more. I mean, that was remarkable. You and I are like remarkably calm about it, but that is more what we kind of typically expect from John McCardle. So his best combined score was his first run so far with 358. Let's see what that one comes in. Here comes Jared Garrettson grabbing every inch of that crosswind, right? The wind is coming from his left. He wants as much of that wind on the nose as possible, folks, to help him get the airplane off sooner. Grabbing all of it. Tail up. He's going to pop those flaps as they go, and off. Oh, wow, look at that. Almost sub 100-foot takeoff. That's like, what is happening? The wind, she is being generous and kind today for the STOL pilots.
Yes, we do like wind, especially directly off the nose as much as possible. Those wings just look so cool. Like, they're drooping, but they're not drooping. Like, maybe it's just the tips.
Yeah, it's it was 106 foot. I can't even speak. It was a 106-foot takeoff for Jared Garrettson in that giant airplane. Here comes Jeff Abrams, low and to your left. Folks, we are just getting started today here at Pony Express STOL. If you're liking what you're seeing, come travel with us. We'll share the schedule in a moment. Here is Piper Zilla working those gear. Nice.
You could see him like right there on the edge of stalling, like at the line where he wanted it.
Those are tiny numbers for a Cherokee. I mean, and here's the thing, folks, right? Like sometimes in the chat or online, people will say like, well, they've got a lot of wind. It's like, yeah, but the real world had a lot of wind today.
Yeah.
And just because you have a lot of wind doesn't make it any easier.
No.
Right? I mean, I will admit, when I fly my 172, I would prefer to have some wind than wind calm.
Yes, absolutely.
It does make it easier, but only to a certain point. And these conditions are, we're waxing poetic about how great these numbers are, but it doesn't make it any less challenging. Look at John McCardle's second run. Right? Wind's flopping around on him. He's got to keep it planted to maintain directional control. These are expert pilot maneuvers here. So, yes, the number is going to get shorter because of the wind. That is part of what happens. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little too rough on the internet trolls, but it's come do it.
Yeah.
And actually do come do it. Come show us. Come show us.
Yeah.
We're here, man. We want to see you put on a show with us. Here's John Douglas. Ooh, that left wing dipping down a little bit of power here. Good over the line.
Yeah.
And he has that yoke full back, trying to get all the aerodynamic braking he can.
Yeah. Using the whole fuselage, using the airplane as a huge brake. Yeah, I mean, it's like you said. It's a completely different skill set. Just, like wind's calm, maybe 5 knots. Like, that's an easy-ish landing. Like, it should be easy. But then you add this gusting wind that we have today, and it's a completely different skill set. You're thinking different. Everything's happening a little bit slower, right? Because on approach, you're at a slower approach speed. You're getting to be able to take advantage of the wind. So you have a lot of time to think, and that's a lot of time to make a mistake, too.
Ooh, John McCardle, good over the line, giving up about a plane length. And he's got to keep that tail down. And, the crosswind. Notice how much harder he has to work to keep it straight in the crosswind than the tri-gear airplanes, right? That tail does want to come around on him. So he's got to keep that rudder dancing, keep working those rudder pedals. And, just like an expert show here. If you like what you're seeing and you want to hear more of Cam and I be mad at internet trolls, you can watch us at We're going to be up at Ontario, Oregon, at Oregon Trail STOL, May 30th and 31st. And then we'll be part of the Moses Lake Air Show in Moses Lake, Washington, June 20th and 21st. And then the next stop on the circuit after that, folks, is a really popular one, Hartford, Wisconsin, July 18th and 19th, right before Oshkosh. And there's a whole, you can go to nationalstol.com to see the whole schedule. The one thing I want to point out is Heritage STOL was rescheduled to September 5th and 6th. Look at him hanging it out there, hanging it out on that prop. Tail solo, huge angle of attack, floating it down. It's a house. It's a house with wings that just stopped sub 150 feet.
I love how easy he hit that Johnson bar to pop the flaps. Like, he just hits it. It's very, very calm. There's nothing happening in the cockpit that's extremely fast or extremely harsh. It's very gentle, very smooth actions.
I mean, what's so cool about this, and I would like to take a little bit, well, not me personally, but I think National STOL and the other STOL competitions, let's be clear, like a rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah.
We are, in our pursuit of competition, also innovating in a way in experimental aviation, particularly bush flying aviation, that you just don't see anywhere else, right?
Yeah,
there are a lot of cool things happening in aviation right now. Like, we've got Boom doing their supersonic stuff. This is obviously the opposite side.
Yeah.
But we're seeing that in not just in the Boss, in a bunch of other aircraft in the circuit, and we'll point them out to you today. It is really cool to see the STOL race happening in terms of innovation.
Yeah, there's just so many different lifting devices and different tires going on airplanes, especially in the experimental category. I mean, you don't have to go to aircraft sprues for tires. Some people are going to, like, Harbor Freight or wherever you get ATV tires from. I mean, and some aircraft not even having air directly in a tube, or having a tube in the tire, just having bladders. Like, all of that is super awesome.
Jeff Abrams in the certificated side now. Run what you brung, Cherokee 180 style, Piperzilla on attack. Well done for Jeff Abrams.
Those flaps came out and he went airborne immediately.
That will be his fourth and final takeoff here at Pony Express STOL. Getting ready to drop the score in there. His best score so far was 569. This guy right here, John Douglas, his best run was run number 2 with 483 combined. Let's see if he can beat that. His best takeoff was that same run at 205 feet. Getting ready in the cockpit there.
And he's already got flaps deployed. Oh yeah.
Sorry. I'm just laughing at myself. I'm just like, what is he doing? That airplane, by the way, a club airplane. That's a flying club airplane like that, like multiple people fly, and he's like, hey guys, I'm going to bring it down to National STOL. He's the president of the club, so I think he can get away with that.
Yeah.
All right, John McCardle on the line, waiting in the maul, ready to maul some air into submission.
I like that.
Thanks, I worked hard on that. Okay. Watching that turbo spool up, that's part of what his takeoff process is. It's a turbo normalized maul, so letting the boost pick up.
Yeah,
and yanking it back a little early for John McCardle on the yank, but that is more of what we typically see from him. He has a very physical takeoff pattern in the cockpit there, right? He's got to lean forward with as far as he can lean, grab those flap handle. It's a Johnson bar is what we call it. It's just a handle you yank. It's on the floor, and his whole body will go back on the yoke and the flaps at the same time, and that's more of what we typically see from John McCardle. Jerry Garrettson now in the Boss. Flaps fully retracted and down, and it just covered off. See the judges having to walk forward a bit.
Yeah, that's sub 100. Well, it's been sub 100. Let's see how far
Let's
under
take a
94
look here.
that he gets. Was that his best one? 94 takeoff? Maybe 93. 93 was his best.
That was landing.
that's
93
landing.
was his best landing. His best takeoff was 106.
All right, yeah.
So
There
let's
we
see
go.
what this one comes in at. While we wait for that score to come in, and Jeff Abrams is on his final approach here, much like his airline days, just working it out. We want to talk about one of our sponsors here. We got to talk about Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. They're where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. Big thanks to them for keeping us caffeinated all year long. Here's Jeff Abrams now over the line, gave up about 25 feet. That nose shock is compressing. I don't know if you could compress it anymore.
Man.
He is doing good work in that plane.
Yeah, there's like, I know there's got to be a bunch of students, like student pilots, watching. Like, what is he doing in my flight school's training aircraft?
Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing, right? Like, that's what's so cool about STOL operations.
Yeah.
Is now you wouldn't take the Cherokee into like a mountaintop with rocks all over it,
No.
like you would some of these, like you would the Boss or the Mall or whatever, or
Yeah.
even like maybe a fat tired 182 or something. But you can get it if it's a nice grass field up on the mountaintops.
Oh, yeah.
The Cherokee's going to get you there. And I don't think as student pilots we think about that enough, right? Like the planes that we're flying are incredibly capable. We just got to read the book, one,
Yes.
and then get proficient.
Understand the POH.
By the way, folks, use coupon code STOL10 for 10% off your order at Legendary Aviation Coffee Company on their website there. That actually supports National STOL, so we appreciate you very much. Here comes John Douglas now. Ooh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, right close to the line.
Love watching him dig those ruts into the
He's
runway.
he's an A&P mechanic, so
Yeah.
he worked those brakes. He
Oh, yeah,
knows they work.
Yep.
He's not afraid to
Ooh, we
use
can
them.
smell. There's a little bit of a smell in the air, huh?
Little brake smell?
A little brakey smell.
Yeah. Very specific aviation term we're sharing with you here. A little brakey, little shaky bakey, little brakey.
Little brake pad action. John McCardle on short final. Ooh. He's doing a little dancing out there. The wind is...
Oh,
Wow.
What was that? And we got to keep it straight, John. Nice.
Yeah, yep.
Working those brakes, keeping that tail down, keeping it. There's a fine balance, right? You don't see it as much. Look at this on replay now. Oh, I see
that
dust.
a scratch?
I'm betting they're going to call that a scratch. After review, it is called a scratch. That is a
Alrighty.
big bummer for John McCardle there, because that was a nice landing. And I was saying before, I got distracted by the the replay, right? Like with wind like this, it's less likely, right? But for tail dragger airplanes, when you get heavy on the brakes, the tail wants to come up. You got to keep that tail down with the sticker yoke, keep that elevator working the air for you, keeping it down. And he has, in the moment, think about all the things his brain is doing, right? He's got to keep it all balanced and keep it straight. Now, speaking of keeping it straight, check out Jared Garrettson using the throttle to hover in. He's going to be a little high over the line. He's giving up a lot of distance there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's going to be his longest landing.
I mean,
But still stop.
yeah, get it stopped. He's not going to stop. You should always stop when you do that, because not stopping removes your score from some of the awards, like the most consistent,
Yep.
things like that. So now he's out of the running for that. But I'm guessing he had too much of a balloon there, where he added that throttle. He was on that high angle of attack mode coming in. He added all that throttle. He got too much of a balloon, and instead of, obviously you don't want to plop it in. It's not his airplane either to do it. He's borrowing Brandon's airplane. But two, at a certain point, you just got to use throttle to nurse it back down onto the ground, and that's what he did there. So that is going to wrap up the touring class. We're going to see a little bit more wilderness class action joining the backcountry class. So we'll be back in just a few minutes after a word from our sponsors. We couldn't do this without our local sponsors. Sunshine Electronic Displays, Buchanan County, BMS Logistics, Alltech, E.L. Crawford, Eidecker, Woolpert, Central Flying Service, Indra, Fly Tech Academy, Chick-fil-A, Crane Construction Company, Equipment Share, Gray, Hilliard, Metronet, Mosaic Life Care, Orthopedic Center, St. Joseph Chamber of Commerce, St. Joseph Sports Commission, Will Woods State Farm, Tech Team, Texas Roadhouse, The Payden Link, and Think 516. And we are back here at Pony Express STOL. Hey crowd, look at this huge crowd. Round of applause for you guys out in the wind. What do you think of that first class? Who is that horse over there? You guys gotta tell me who that is. I've never had a mascot at a STOL competition before. Nice. All right, how about that touring class? That's pretty cool. All right, we've got 3 of them that flew in the touring class. You're gonna hear about what happens in the wilderness class next. In 3rd place, with a combined score of 499 feet, give it up for Jeff Abrams.
Where's number 3?
Over here, that one there. All right, in 2nd place, with a combined score of 461 feet, give it up for John Douglas. He's got one fan out here somewhere it was Lexi. All right, and with a combined score of 334 feet, your Pony Express Touring Class winner, John McCardle. John, want to talk about that second run? We noticed that you were getting ready to go, and then you kept it on the runway a little bit longer. What was going on there?
Yeah, when I got the tail up, that wind gust hit me and took me off to the side there. Everyone took off running, and I started getting to my right brake to straighten it out, and that echo kind of messes you up.
Yeah, wow, we're echoing really big time here. You did pretty well with it, though. Keeping it straight, keeping it on the ground to keep it going. Talk about what felt like your best run.
Probably my last one. I think I scratched, though, didn't I?
Your last one did scratch, yeah.
Yeah, so that felt like the best one. I haven't flown in a long time, and it wasn't easy coming back with this wind.
Great performance in the wind, everyone. Give it up for John and the rest of the touring class. Hop up there. I'm going to get well away from the celebration that's about to ensue. There we go. We got their media trophies. And we'll see who gets the wettest. They get Karen, everyone. That's Karen, our event coordinator. I think she got a little bit of sparkling grape juice. Okay, everyone, one more round of applause for the touring class. We're going to be back with Brandon Korn moving over into the Backcountry Boss and the Backcountry class in just a few minutes.
You said that the most common position for the Seal Guardians over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275, a 275. His ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, your 2 audio jacks here, and this particular prop de-ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the Seal Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's what, 7, 9 holes that you actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
Learn from flyers worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, and ground track. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Seeing your skills improve fast by avoiding repeated mistakes. Never wasting a chance to document bragging rights, or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap to record.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant flight changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
And welcome back, folks. If you're just joining us, we are in St. Joseph, Missouri for Pony Express STOL. And we've got some fun things going on right now by the podium. We've got Rally, who's from the Mustangs. And I called out Rally when we were doing that award ceremony. But opening day, May 28th for the Mustangs. It's the local baseball team here in St. Joseph. Let's check out the results of that touring class. What an exciting start to such an exciting day. Jeff Abrams in third place, best run 499. John Douglas in the 182, best run 461 feet. And John McCardle in first place in the mall with a combined score of 334 feet. You are going to see him shift classes later this year as he joins the Wilderness class in a Bearhawk 5, an airplane that he's been working on and building himself probably the last year or so. So that's going to be the touring class wrapped up here at Pony Express. We're going to be moving on to the backcountry class. In the backcountry class, you are going to see today the Battle of the Huskies. Also, Brandon Korn's going to be flying in the in the boss to see between him and Jared, who can be the best in the wilderness class. But on the backcountry class, check it out. Brad Crawford in a 2011 Aviat Husky A1C. Jerry Clemens, 2008 Aviat A1C. And then Austin Clemens in a 2011 Husky. So different vintages. Brad's coming from Arkansas, and the Clemens is coming from Kansas. And then as a reminder, that aircraft that you're seeing there on screen, the blue, red, and white one, the Backcountry Boss, now being flown by its owner, Brandon Korn, to see how he stacks up against Jared Gerritsen, who flew it in the last run. So obviously going to be a little bit of a different performance between the Backcountry Boss and the Huskies. But it'll be interesting to see how they line up. I mean, the Huskies have a gross weight of about 2,250 pounds compared to the Backcountry Boss's 3,600. So they don't carry as much weight. They're significantly smaller in terms of general aviation airplanes. It's going to be pretty cool to see. As we gear up for this combined class right now, I want to point out that one of the cool things that National STOL has been doing over the last few years has been really working on improving safety for the circuit. As the circuit expands, so does the emphasis on safety. Last year, helmets and shoulder harnesses were required in all aircraft. This year, that has expanded to flight suits and flame-retardant clothing in the cockpit. So keeping things safe for our pilots and our spectators is of paramount for us at National STOL, and we keep working on that. Part of that is our helping us do that, I should say, our friends at Lift Aviation. Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe today's pilots deserve much more than what is currently offered by the way of products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation, bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. They actually help us with this by providing 2 helmets available for rookies to wear. They're dipping their toe into National STOL, and they also offer prize considerations for our pilots. Let's get this party started. First up, race number 30 at 2024 Backcountry Super Cup Boss from Gauss, Texas. Everybody give it up for Brandon Korn. Brandon is a 3rd-generation owner of Korn Collision Center, and that's why his airplanes always look so pretty. He used to fly a Cessna 205 that I don't think I'd ever seen a more beautiful 205. 2023 Heavy Touring National Champion at the controls of that airplane right there. Next up, in a 2011 Aviat Husky from Hot Springs, Arkansas, it's race number 16. Give it up for Brad Crawford. Brad's been flying since childhood. He's passionate about bush flying. He is a real master at the controls. That airplane, 180 horsepower, 29-inch bush wheels, empty prop on the front. Look at Rally out there helping our pilots get all lined up. Nice work, Rally. Next up, race number 17 from Wichita, Kansas. It's a 2008 Aviat Husky A1C 200. Give it up for Jerry Clemens. This aircraft has slightly more horsepower than the other ones that it's flying against. 200 horsepower, 31-inch bush wheels, and a little surprise every once in a while. Next up, race number 62, 2011 Aviat Husky A1C from Benton, Kansas. Give it up for Austin Clemens. Austin's been on the circuit since he was a wee lad. Probably won't want me to hear me say that. He's been on since he was, I think maybe even still in high school. flying the Husky since the kind of the dawn of National STOL, and we've watched him grow as an aviator and a pilot, and it's been really great to watch. Let's take a look at the wind right now. I'm going to try to pull up the most recent METAR for you. As of 22 minutes ago, wind 300 degrees at 13, gusting 24 knots. And that's great, right? You can look at the flags right now. They are definitely a little bit of crosswind coming still, but we have more on the nose than, well, yesterday we had too much on the nose. Had to cancel practice for that. Right now, if you want to actually think about it in terms of pilot terms, we talk about crosswind components. And the pilots are dealing with an 11 to 21 knot crosswind, depending on the gusts, and they have 6 to 12 knots on the nose. And that combined wind over the wing, that especially those higher gusts, if they can take off in the, the chunk of the wind that's the 12 knots on the nose or the 21 knot crosswind, that's going to help them get off shorter. Green flag now for first the Wilderness class. Now it's Brandon Korn. It's going to be his first competitive takeoff in a tail dragger. He's used to flying a nose wheel airplane from last season, that 205. We watched him just totally dance around in that thing. Man, big airplane, made that thing look easy. This airplane, 3,600 pounds. We saw Jared Garrettson put in a total score of 208 last time around. He's going to taxi up to the line now. On the line, ready to go. In the boss. Just getting ready to shove the air out of the way. Look at those flags. He's got a big crosswind from the left. Throttling up now. Tail comes up, flaps coming down. Working into that crosswind. Off short. Holding it, holding it. Oh, a sporty one for Brandon Korn, but that was a nice short takeoff. Look at how much crosswind he has on the nose. That crab angle is what we call it. Crabbing into the wind. Think about if you were a boat on a river, trying to cross a river. You've got that current. That's exactly what's happening with crosswinds. Here is Brad Crawford now. Ready to go in the Husky. That was a 107-foot takeoff, by the way, by Brandon Korn. Brad Crawford on the roll. Yanking it back. You notice as soon as he was in the air, that crosswind bringing that left wing up, getting the ailerons, which are the controls on the outside of the wing. They control the rolling of the airplane. Working those ailerons to get, and the rudder, to get the airplane back level and climbing out. $132-foot takeoff for Brad Crawford. Full throttle for Jerry Clemens. Watch how precise he flies. Getting that nose exactly where he wants it. Yanking it back. Maybe just a little too soon on the pull. They're calling it, I'm going to guess, 127. Austin Clemens now, same thing. Up on the line, trying to cheat into that wind. You can only aim at the final national STOL flag. You can't aim at the people, at the judges, right? You got to keep a... We don't allow them to do that. We have to keep a safety margin, but he's grabbing every ounce of wind he can on the nose. Watched what his uncle just did. Husky's getting ready to snarl. Working that rudder. Pulling back and leaping into the air for Austin Clemens. Wow, look at that one. Well timed for him. Came off a little bit more easily than Jerry. Jerry Clemens take off 129 feet. $93-foot takeoff for Austin Clemens on that one in a Husky. Brandon Korn now, wilderness class, coming around the bend, base to final in the Backcountry Boss. Look at him working that wind. Wings doing a lot of work. That aircraft's wing generates so much lift. It's got slats on the front, which are devices that actually help the air stay connected to the wing. And Jerry Gerritson's poking around. He wants to see how this works. His best score in the wilderness class, a combined score of 208 feet. And Brandon Korn working that wing. Little bit of throttle, ballooning up, settling back down. You can hear him modulating the throttle. And good over the line. He's got to get it stopped. A little bit of brake fade into the crosswind there, but he's right around 125 feet on that landing for Brandon Korn. Had a 107-foot takeoff. So he's going to be close. He's still got 3 more runs to catch up. Combined score on the first run for Brandon Korn is in. Combined score of 233 feet. So a little bit of ground to cover, but it's going to be close. Now the Huskies are coming out to play. Here comes our friend in the black one, Brad Crawford. He's working that crosswind. Look at that. He's got to slip a little bit of throttle. Nice over the line for Brad Crawford. Keeping it straight, keeping it stopped. Right around 126. That right main was just a bit further forward than the left one, so he's going to lose about a foot on that. Landed about a plane length back, and what we saw at Swamp STOL is Brad Crawford incredibly good at managing that tail position, right? He's getting heavy on the brakes, and he's good at modulating where those brakes are and keeping that tail from going too far forward. There's a video on my Instagram you could go check out. Go ahead at Super Aeroflight and look for that black and white Husky. You can see him doing that in the sunset in Swamp STOL about a month ago. Okay. Jerry Crawford now. His takeoff was 129 feet. Settling in now, a little bit higher, but only just. We've got Austin Clemens up on a higher position on short final as well. Jerry now working that throttle, settling it in, working those gear, and the reverse thrust propeller goes to work. That is a seaplane mod you can add to certain certificated airplanes. It's a very high workload situation in the cockpit, but if you can get it to work right, you can shave off feet. I think his stop is going to be almost identical to Brad Crawford's. Actually, a little bit further. Brad Crawford down and stopped 127 feet. Jerry Clemens down and stopped 131. Austin Clemens, short final. Very accurate. Tail coming up, but he's got it managed. And he's going to have to roll out just a little bit further. You saw that tail start to come up. He has to release the brakes when that happens, and then obviously stick full back to keep the tail down. And what we saw there is releasing those brakes extended that rollout just a little bit further, but his takeoff performance was absolutely incredible. Sub 93-foot takeoff. So that's going to be the first run of the rest of wilderness and backcountry classes. And right now, after the first run, you've got Austin Clemens in first with a combined score of 242. Brad Crawford in second place with a combined score of 259. And Jerry Clemens in third by 1 foot with a combined score of 260 feet. Meanwhile, in the wilderness class, Brandon Korn, combined score of 233. So only 14 feet separate him between, it's only 14 feet separate Brandon Korn and Jared Garrettson. Brandon Korn lined up a little bit more to the left this time. And you can see there, we're going to switch to a drone shot, I think, in a second. You can see the angle he's attacking the wind at. Pulled a little early, doesn't want to get off, but it did. Let's see if that can best his 107-foot takeoff. If we're playing the takeoff game, Jerry Garrettson's best takeoff was 92 feet. Here's Brad Crawford now. Currently in second place by a foot. Getting that tail way up there for Brad Crawford. And the left main came off about 50 feet before the right main came off. Look at him just soaring up to pattern altitude there. What a cool shot that is. Jerry Clemens, number 17. Down by only a foot. I wouldn't be surprised if you see the podium reshuffle over the course of the next few takeoffs and landings. Again, Jerry with the precision, raising that tail slowly, going into the wind. Now it's up. Taking a bite. Nice! Looking like about 115 feet, give or take. We'll see what the official score is for Jerry Clemens. That's going to be an improvement for him, down from 129. A longer takeoff for Brad Crawford this time, just by a few feet. Austin Clemens, best takeoff, 93 feet. Last run. Tail is up, brakes released. Yanking it back. A little bit shorter than his uncle. I'm going to call that 105. We'll see what the judges say. And as they go around, we should talk about his uncle a little bit. We've got a little bit of time as these aircraft go around the pattern here at Rosecrans Memorial Airport. Let's talk about our friends at Clemens Insurance. They are the most affordable and best insurance coverage available, and they maintain the highest standard of excellence. And I want to tell you, talking to the Clemens Insurance folks over the years, one of the things that's near and dear to my heart is flying clubs. Flying clubs, a great way to make aviation affordable. It's the only way that I could make it affordable in my life. And talking to Jerry down at Sun and Fun this year, he was highlighting a bunch of different ways that we can work with Clemens Insurance to make our insurance more affordable and protect us even better. So big thanks to Clemens Insurance for all of their effort supporting National STOL. Now, Brandon Korn going to be rocking that tail wheel, hanging it out, working those shocks. He's got to get it stopped. And the main wheel The main wheels are so far apart on that airplane. It's like an extra 4 feet to his score by letting it turn like that into the wind. Brandon Korn was also issued a warning for that landing because he did turn towards the judges there. Anything off a certain amount of degrees, our race control folks are going to say, a little too far there. We got to make sure you can maintain directional control with the aircraft on landing, even in these conditions. So a warning for Brandon Korn on that one. Let's see what the score came in, though. That landing longer significantly than his first. So he's going to have a combined score on that run of 314. Brad Crawford now in Hotel Yankee. Low over the grass. Settling in. Cutting that throttle. Good over the line. Checkered flag is raised. And that is a nice, short, and consistent landing for Brad Crawford. So a little bit longer on his takeoff. His first landing was 127. Jerry Clemens now coming in on final approach. Really hasn't slowed down this time. And a 17-foot improvement just came in for Brad Crawford. He's got a combined score of 246, putting him just 4 feet behind Austin Clemens.
Man, that footage looks excellent.
Oh, look at watch him work those ailerons, crabbing into the wind there.
Ooh!
Oh no! What was that? Oh wow! Nothing bad happened. I don't even know how to react to that. What was that? Watch on the replay. Did he scratch? That could be the oh no. I see daylight. Do I see daylight? Oh!
I don't see deformation in the tires, but
I don't see any dust either. They're calling it a scratch.
Oh,
I don't believe it. Austin Clemens over the line. He's going to get it down and stopped. I apologize if I freaked anybody out that I screamed, oh no. I had...
It's a little dusty, yeah. He got caught up in the moment. We couldn't see from the from that angle, like, if it was a scratch or not, but
wow. That was so short. If he's got 2 more runs to try to do that. That was a 69-foot landing in a Husky for Jerry Clemens and stolen by his scratch. Just barely touched the line. Race control just confirmed with us. He's like, only because he touched the line, just barely touched the line, is that a scratch. That is a change this year in National STOL because the pilot committee, the rules committee, said that would be a better way to judge it, easier to judge it. Can't touch the line at all.
No touchies.
No touchies. Oh my God, that was incredible though. What was that? So good. Jerry, do that again. Do that again, but don't scratch, Jerry. That was incredible. Go into the chat right now, by the way. Katrina saying, someone tell Jerry we need wind insurance. I wonder if they probably offer that.
They probably do.
They probably offer that.
Power coming up in the backcountry, boss. I'm liking seeing these different takeoff techniques in the same airplane.
Yeah, they're having to work in really interesting ways today with the crosswinds.
Yeah.
Brad Crawford now.
He's got the snarling Husky on the tail. We're going to hear him bring up the power once he gets the cue from the air bosses.
I'm still thinking about that landing.
Tail's coming up. Power's coming in.
Mowing the lawn for a minute there, Brad Crawford.
A sub 125-foot takeoff from Brad Crawford.
That's going to be his shortest yet if you called it right.
We'll see what the judges say. 126.
Ooh, okay. So a big improvement there for Brad. I mean, feet count, right?
Yeah.
That's 6 feet shorter, but that 6 feet's going to make the difference potentially. So here's Jerry Clemens, who literally had that 69-foot landing by inches.
Wow.
By
Okay.
inches. All right. Let's see if he can do it again.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
a little bit longer than last time. He was 117 last time. I feel like the wind is actually dying down a bit. Look at the windsock out there. We're not at full extension on the windsock. So we might be in a bit of a weather transition right now during this class. Here comes Austin Clemens on the line in that snarling-tailed husky.
giving it some power, bringing the tail up. We're going to see those flaps come in.
Yanking it back a little bit longer, maybe like 127, 128.
They're all really consistent right now on these takeoffs.
Look at that. I mean, so we had 126 by Brad Crawford, 130, which is by a foot the longest Jerry Clemens has done, and 132 for Austin Clemens. His previous was 107.
Okay.
And his best was 93. So I do think we're seeing a wind shift here. At least a brief lull in the wind. It looks also, though, like we're more headwind now, based on the feather flags. As the backcountry boss is coming around, I want to call attention to the chat. You guys can actually chat with us, too, if you're in the crowd here at Pony Express. Go to YouTube or Facebook and watch the live stream National STOL. Dan Reynolds, who's up in Valdez right now, is watching. He says, if that wind direction swings a bit and is straight down the runway, we should see some short numbers today. And a little bit later, Pat McIntyre, who is here in the Unlimited class, who normally flies against Dan, says, Dan Reynolds, I'm hoping they take their time clearing me in case I set a world record. And that is like such a jab.
Yeah.
And they're both good friends, but it's such a jab. Here's Brandon Korn and the boss.
Oh, man.
Letting it go long there for Brandon Korn.
He's just going to keep going.
Yeah, tough one for Brandon Korn there. It's a big, you got a lot of weight. You got a lot of mass in that airplane you got to manage.
And as we can see, just because you can go slow doesn't mean that it's guaranteed that you're going to make it inches across the line. I mean, you may make it 125 feet plus.
Wilderness class now shifting over to the backcountry class. The Battle of the Huskies. The Pony Express Husky shootout. Here comes Brad Crawford holding it off there. Little burst of power to keep him in the pocket. Holding it off. Tail touches and a scratch for Brad Crawford. So the tail can touch, but the mains cannot. And I think, honestly, the tail touched, and that's what brought the mains down. A little physics action, right? He's got to get it down and stopped.
All right.
Now, Jerry Clemens.
Jinx, double jinx, no takebacks.
You owe me a Coke? Is that what they say? So Jerry Clemens is coming in right now in that Husky, and I am just really putting all my positive vibes for him, because that 69-foot landing to be taken away because he landed an inch too short. Here he is now, modulating that power. Same thing, little burst of power this time to keep it safe. Working those gears. And a misengagement of the reverse pitch. You You heard it go.
Yeah.
And it did not slow him down, and he's got to get right back off the throttle. That is the problem with that, right? If you don't manage that exactly correct in the cockpit, it's such high workload. Your hands and your feet, you might as well, you need like a third arm.
Yeah.
To manage all the things you need to do, and that time it didn't work in his favor. Austin Clemens now, short final.
See if he engages beta. And he does.
No problems for Austin Clemens. Oh, was that a flex? Was that a flex on his uncle? Hey, I know how to make it work.
Let's go backwards a little bit.
That was really good. Still not as short, though, as what Jerry put down on that second run. Right now, waiting for Austin's scores to come in. There we go. Okay, as it stands right now, things are still the same as they were after the first run with one slight difference, okay? So Austin Clemens, lowest score, still 216. We had a little more wind going on then, I think. Brad Crawford with 246, so he's increased his lead from Jerry Clemens. Jerry Clemens holding third place at 260 feet. Oh, man, he would have been sub 200 with that second landing. So he's got to pull it out on this fourth run.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go, Jerry. Okay, let's hop over to the Wilderness class suits going between the battle of the pilots in the same airplane. Kind of cool to see. Right now, that is actually holding firm as well since the first run. Brandon Korn in second place with 233, and Jared Garrettson 208. And it's interesting, look at their scores, Cam. They both have like around a 600-foot combined score. Here's the boss now on the roll.
All right, they're saying just a little over 100 feet.
And that is more that's more what Brandon saw in the first run. So now he's just got to get a shorter landing. He's within striking distance. It's still anyone's game between Jared and Brandon.
They're going to give us 110 feet maybe. There we go. Yeah.
110 feet for Brandon Korn. Now over to the backcountry class. Brad Crawford, Hotel Yankee.
Not Hotel California. Ooh!
That was well done for Brad Crawford.
Yeah.
That may be, that will be his best takeoff of Pony Express STOL. Jerry's going for it. Look at him right up against the edge there. He's going to take every ounce the judges will give him on that crab angle for takeoff.
Let's go, Jerry. And he's opened the throttle. Tail slowly coming up.
Oh, taking a bite out of crime. Sub 100 feet for Jerry Clemens on the takeoff. He is not going down without a fight.
Oh, McGruff takeoff.
Okay. Where are we going to be at here for Austin Clemens? His best takeoff, 93 feet. That was a 97-foot takeoff for Jerry Clemens. 20 feet better than his previous shortest. Austin Clemens on the roll. Yanking it back. Oh, he's out for blood.
Wow. Let's go, Austin.
Okay.
Sub
Dude,
100.
this is getting intense.
Yeah.
It is anyone's game with those takeoffs. All three of them put down their best numbers. I think the wind is pushing more towards, like, down the pipe, right? It's coming right down the runway. Look now as Brandon Korn in the boss, settling in on final, just floating it in. He's got a different approach than Jared does, right? Jared was coming in very low, very high alpha. Behind the power curve is what we say, where the power of the airplane is what's keeping you in the air almost completely compared to the gliding of the wing.
Yeah.
And now Brandon settling into that. Look at that. Look at that angle of attack.
So lumbering.
Oh, he's going to maybe get it, folks. Let's see. Get it stopped. Nice one. Look at Lexi out there with the flag. She's pumped too. Brandon's happy throwing a... Oh, my God. It's just the second heat. I mean, the second class. Where does that put us?
Call stands. All right.
He had a 110-foot takeoff. Oh, I don't want to spoil it. It's close. Maybe we'll save that for the podium.
Yeah.
It is so tight between those two. Backcountry class now. The battle of the Huskies here at Pony Express STOL. What is going to happen? All three pilots just put down their best takeoffs. Brad Crawford fighting off the Clemens clan. Takeoff 122. What will be paired with it? Ooh, good over the line. Getting it stopped. Keeping that nose off the grass.
Dancing just
settling it down. He's digging that one. That dude knows how to fly. Like, for real. Look at that replay. Just an inch or two above the line. Exactly what you want. He knows where that point is on his airplane, right? He knows exactly where the lever action is with braking and tail
Look
position.
at him with the nose up.
He's just
with the tail
goofing
up.
now. He's like, by the way, everybody, I can do some hot boy stuff.
I mean, he was a very good, he still is, but a very good aerobatic pilot. In fact, he owned that extra 300 that was at Swamp STOL, giving rides. That was his old airplane.
Here comes Jerry Clemens now, trying to cheat into that crosswind off to the right. Little burst of power. He's got to cut it. Sailing in over the line.
Oh!
Get it straightened out, Jerry. Oh, that was a little sporty.
Yeah.
Not going to lie. Dare I say he YOLO'd it in.
Yeah.
Cutting the throttle. Look at this. Working those. Oh, he worked those gear.
Yeah, that wingtip came very close to the ground.
Totally working the gear and the bounce after.
Yeah.
That is not going to shore up the distance for Jerry Clemens.
189 on that landing. One of his shortest for the day.
Yeah, his shortest was, well, other than the scratch. And then there's Austin with a scratch for Austin. He sees the blue flag come up. He's going to roll it out. So, look at this landing here. He's just like, he's goofing too. Yeah, just before the line and on the line there for Austin Clemens. But story of heartbreak for Jerry Clemens, because he had that micro scratch on what would have, I think, sealed the deal for him, and then just a very sporty attempt to get it stopped on that fourth and final run. That is going to wrap up the wilderness and backcountry classes here at Pony Express STOL in St. Joseph, Missouri. We are having a blast with these wins. Tell your friends. Tell your enemies. They got to tune in. They got to get down here to the airport, or they got to tune in right now on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back with more after this.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
And it sounds like we are back here at Pony Express STOL, St. Joe, Missouri. Check out who's going to help me with the award ceremonies. Give a big round of applause. Wait. Round of applause for Rally. Rally, you got to focus up. This is really important. We got to focus up. We got to do this. All right, focusing up. First, we got to find out about the wilderness class. These two guys over here yakking away. You guys know how it ended? No, they don't know. Do you guys know how it ended? Did you do the math? Yes, someone did. I think Eddie did. All right. It was close. You can cheer for this. With a combined score of 250, actually I'll tell you, one was 215, one was 208. Yeah, right? That was pretty crazy. I know, it's real close. With a combined score of 215, give it up for Brandon Korn. And that means with a combined score of 208, everyone give it up for Jared Garrettson. Jared, talk to me about what it was like out there in the Boss today.
Man, it was pretty wild. It's just a super capable airplane, and I was really blessed for Brandon to bring it up here and allow me to fly it with him. So, I don't know, it really performs awesome. It's huge, and it lands really short, it takes off really short. Maybe at these next couple of events, we'll learn how to really wrangle it.
Yeah, we're just getting started with that plane. Brandon, I just want to ask, what are you rethinking your decision to let him fly it?
I don't know if I'm going to let him fly it again, I'll tell you the truth.
Let's give it up for the wilderness class. Even more exciting stuff in that class later in the season. Next up. That was a rough one in Backcountry. You guys with me on that? That was pretty intense. All right. Because of a scratch, In third, no. In third place with a combined score of 260 feet. Give it up for Jerry Clemens. In second place with a combined score of 233 feet. Give it up for Brad Crawford. And in first place with a combined score of 216 feet. Everybody give it up for Austin Clemens. Nice work, Austin. It's been a while since we've totally seen you on the circuit. It's good to have you back. You're looking good in the fit with the red flight suit. How was it out there today?
Great.
Great interview. All right, give it up for the backcountry class. All right, everybody. We'll see if are you guys they're not gonna do it. All right, we'll be back with more STOL stuff after this here at Pony Express. Special thanks to our annual sponsors: Legend Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, Behringer Aero, Sarasota Avionics, Lift Aviation USA, Flying Eyes Optics, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB by Adventure Pilot, Tundra Tailwheel, Fly Orca. And welcome back, everybody, to Pony Express STOL here in St. Joseph, Missouri. The inaugural Pony Express STOL, and we are having a blast. We got some great wins for STOL flying this weekend, and let's look at the final scores for the Wilderness class. Brandon Korn and Jared Garrettson both flying that same 2024 Backcountry Boss. Brandon Korn coming in with a combined score of 215 and Jared Garrettson in first place with 208 feet. And then over in the backcountry class, that was a good one. That was an exciting one. The Battle of the Huskies. Jerry Clemens would have taken first place if it had not been for his scratch on that second run. And he's coming in at third place with 260 feet. Brad Crawford in second place with 233. And Austin Clemens holding his own, kind of back on the circuit, reminding everyone, don't mess with me, buddies. 216 feet for Austin Clemens in first place. Next up, it's time for the Cub class. It's another one of the new classes this season to help separate things and make them a little more competitive. You're going to see Lee Boyd in a 2019 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub, Tristan Nichols in a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub, and Brady Bergen in a 2025 Piper Super Cub. I want to talk a little bit about what that class is, that Cub class, right? So you saw the new class, the Wilderness class. That's the touring class, basically, but experimental aircraft. The Cub class is a class for Cub or Cub-like aircraft models. They have to be normally aspirated, 180 horsepower or less, no nitrous or similar injection modifications. The aircraft must be equipped with a stock wing. They can have VGs and or wing cuffs, but no other modified lift devices like slats, spoilers, drag devices, or wing extensions. We also have unleashed the new vintage Cub class, the Cub class, that's Cub class aircraft that are 100 horsepower or under without flaps or pilot-operated lifting devices. I think it's a little too sporty for the vintage Cub class today, so we're going to be moving on from that. But now it's time for the Cub class. First up, in race 219 from Appleton, Tennessee, it's a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub flown by. Give it up for Lee Boyd. Lee Boyd's originally from Houston, now living in Appleton, Tennessee, which is just outside Chattanooga. And that aircraft gross weight is 1,320 pounds. It's on big old 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels. It's got that big flappy paddle Kato prop out on the front. And you're going to watch him in one of the most beautifully painted aircraft put in some real work. Next up, in race number 727 from Sabetha, Kansas, it's a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Give it up for Tristan Nichols. Tristan Nichols spends most of his days dusting crops, flying low and slow, doing that sort of thing. That aircraft's powered by a Titan 340, 180 horsepower as well. Same gross weight as Lee Boyd's aircraft. Slightly smaller wheels. The rest of it's pretty much exactly the same. Now, check it out. Race number 72 from Junction City, Kansas. A 2025 experimental Piper Super Cub. Give it up for Brady Bergen. Slightly less horsepower on this aircraft, 180 horsepower. A little bit higher gross weight, but relatively the same aircraft empty weight as the other two. So pound for pound, it may be about the same. He's got giant 35-inch Alaskan bush wheels. STOL cuff on the front, which helps change the airfoil a little bit, get a little more lift. Wind right now 10 knots, gusting 21 from 280. Looks like a little bit more of a crosswind there. Still hanging on, though. You can look at that windsock, folks, if you're here at Pony Express STOL. You can look at that orange windsock there. You kind of see what's going on with it. When it is fully extended, it's a lot of wind. It's fully extended. So that's going to be our Cub class here at Pony Express STOL. And our judges are all just getting into position. A reminder, the judges are all folks that are pilots in the other classes. It's another way to keep things fair. If you want to get access to National STOL, you think this is really cool, you're either watching online or you're in the crowd, we would love your help. We are always looking for volunteers. National STOL is a majority volunteer-run operation. Volunteers, we can't do it without you. Thank you to the volunteers that have made Pony Express STOL possible. People are traveling all over the country to volunteer and make this thing a reality for all the pilots and all the spectators. You can volunteer as well. Go to nationalstol.com to learn more about how you can lend a hand or a wing. You can lend a wing and help us bring National STOL to the closest town near you. Here is Lee Boyd now. Look at that paint job. Kind of a shark-toothed warbird scheme going on there. It is beautiful to look at up close. Lee is one to watch on the circuit. Started competing at Swamp STOL a few years ago. Getting that tail way up, and look at that! That's why the Cub is the Cub. It's one of the quintessential backcountry aircraft. Now it's time for another Carbon Cub. Tristan Nichols on the line in his. Again, spends his days flying as a crop duster, doing that important agriculture work to keep feeding America. Getting that tail up nice and high, and he is off incredibly short as well. Tristan Nichols throwing the gauntlet down, and we are now seeing sub 75-foot takeoffs, folks. That wind is going to help you here in St. Joseph get a real good show. So Lee Boyd's takeoff was a jaw-dropping 68 feet. Tristan Nichols, an equally jaw-dropping 65 feet. Now it's time for, I don't want to call it the old-timer, but the Super Cub, the Piper Super Cub, one of the OG backcountry planes. This one's brand new, experimentally created. Getting that tail up, very precise stop, and that thing is leaping off. Oh, we might see a sub 60-foot takeoff by Brady Bergen in that experimental Piper Super Cub. They're going to make the trip around the pattern here around the C-130s at the airlift wing. And I am going to talk about our friends at Flying Eyes Optics. Flying Eyes Optics sunglasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. As a returning sponsor, our staff and participants can attest to the quality of their products. Consider supporting National STOL and save 10% by using coupon code National STOL, all one word, next time you're in the market for high-quality eyewear. Go to flyingeyesoptics.com to drop that code in, get a little bit of a discount on your glasses. I wear them right now. Check them out. Here, let me see if I can get my cool sunglasses. There we go. So these, what's great about them, especially when you're broadcasting all day, they go right in your headset there to make it doesn't lose seal, right? So that you got the noise canceling headset in the aircraft, it doesn't break the seal of that. The other thing that's really cool is check it out. You got magnetic sunglasses, and these are not polarized, right? In the cockpit, you don't necessarily want polarized air sunglasses. Sorry, I'm checking for an aircraft. You don't want polarized because it'll mess with your instruments potentially. You can't see your instruments, and you might not be able to see other airplanes. So pilots typically prefer non-polarized lenses, and I've got these. They've been with me all over the country the last couple of years. They just come on and off like that, and they're nice and flexible. The thing that the party trick is, check out that bendy action. So really great prescription sunglasses, Flying Eyes Optics, National STOL. 10%. Okay, here we go. We've got Lee Boyd now settling down into the pocket. Not quite in ground effect. Ground effect is, as you get a little bit closer to the ground, the wing becomes a little more efficient. You get a little more lift out of it. And he is just floating in on that headwind. Little burst of power to keep him afloat. Got the flaps down. Gonna cut the throttle. Ooh, that was a good one for Lee. Look at that, folks. You're in the Cub class now. It's time to party. We're sub 75 feet. On landing. Gauntlet dropped. Lee Boyd. Next up, Tristan Nichols on final approach. He's going to be settling in. Wig-wag lights helping us see the way. Lee Boyd, first run of Pony Express STOL, combined score of 141 feet. Woo-hoo, that is something else. Okay. Helicopter impression happening over here with Tristan Nichols. Settling in now. A little bit less throttle. Good over the line. Wheels just totally locked up, sliding on that dirt. And he's going to get it stopped a little bit over 100 feet. Tristan Nichols had the best takeoff of the first run with 65 feet. Good over the line there for Tristan Nichols, about a foot over the painted line. Next up, Brady Bergen. Bringing that experimental Super Cub, and so I want to explain a little bit more about what that means. Where you have a Super Cub frame, maybe, an old Super Cub from the 50s. You can actually modify it outside of the normal type certificate and make it your own. And he built it and modified it, and that's what you see here today. Big old fat tires now coming over the line. Very gracefully put down for Brady Bergen. That was a solid landing. Somewhere around 100 feet. Beautiful airplane. Fresh off of his personal factory floor, I'm guessing. And he's going to be in second place with a combined score of 166. Let's run the numbers. Tristan Nichols in third place with a combined score of 178. Brady Bergen, second place with a combined score of 166 feet. Lee Boyd holding first so far with a combined score of 141 feet. One thing that you're going to see on these different aircraft is the tire sizes. They're all huge, but they're all very different. And when you see these fat tires on Bush airplanes, it has a lot to do with landing on unprepared surfaces, right? So normally when you land in the backcountry, you're not landing on beautifully mown grass. You are landing on rocks, tree branches, things like that. So these tires help absorb that. Here's Lee Boyd popping the flaps, yanking it back. A little bit longer for Lee Boyd on that. So we kind of like the Goldilocks zone of Bush wheels here, right? The trade-offs are the bigger the tire, the bigger the rock you can roll over. But obviously the bigger the tire, the more drag you have, slowing you down in the air. The other benefit for fat tires is look at how much more aggressively the nose of Brady Bergen's aircraft is pointed up into the sky than Tristan Nichols. He gets more of what's called angle of attack. Here's Tristan Nichols now. Whoa, leaping it off! That was kind of bonkers. Okay, so look at the way that Brady Bergen's airplane's sitting here. You notice how much the wing is already like pointed towards the sky? there's a little bit of an advantage there with those fat tires. You do get more drag, but on takeoff, having that little bit higher angle of attack means you might be able to take off a little bit sooner in a STOL competition or on a short takeoff and landing operation off field somewhere. He's on the right side of the runway now. Full power, spooling it up. Stick full forward. Watch him yank it back. Whoa, leaping out. We are nearly sub 50 feet, folks. This is getting super intense. And we are only halfway through the day of STOL flying. Right now, I'm hearing that Cam Walton is actually in the pits with Austin Clemens. Cam, what's going on out there?
All right, so last round, your first landing was pretty exciting. Tell us about that landing.
Yeah, you know, I'm a big believer in steep approaches, so my idea is keep it as steep as possible and helicopter that thing into the ground. Main thing, with your brakes locked, when you hit the ground, like fully locked, so you really break apart or stop quick, you know. But I don't know, on that last round, it got a little high on the tail at first. It surprised me, and that's about it. It ended up, I had to let off the brakes because the tail got pretty high, but it wasn't that high. Yeah. It's been worse.
Heck yeah. Well, it was exciting watching from where we were. We were in the crowd line, and we saw it, and we knew you were a master of control, so it's okay. You said it was surprising, but it didn't scare you, so I mean, that's the number one thing. So, yeah, heck yeah.
We did a fly. The wind ain't too bad. I thought it'd be a lot more gusty. Coming in here was pretty bumpy, so it was really stable though, right next to the line. That's all that really matters.
All right. You heard from the man himself, Mr. Austin Clemens. Back to you, Ryan, in the booth.
Thank you so much, Austin and Cam. Check out Lee Boyd now coming in over that taxiway. Slowing it down a little bit lower, slowing it down. He's got to add a little bit of throttle to keep it off. There he goes, going to chop that throttle. Nicely done. Dropped in on about the 5 or 10 foot line. Nice short landing for Lee Boyd there. He had a longer takeoff, and we're starting to get into the point where I'm going to be saying, like, it's much longer, and you're going to say, Ryan, it was 20 feet. But we're getting into the competitive nature of National STOL right now, where literally things can be decided by 1 foot. Tristan Nichols settling in his Carbon Cub. Lee Boyd is going to be holding on to his first run for now. Still the best score of 141. That second run at 154. Tristan Nichols, previous run 178. He's settling in nice and low. Working that wind. Good over the line. Keeping that tail exactly where it needs to be. And down and stopped right around the 100-foot mark for Tristan Nichols. Tristan, by the way, one of the pilots yesterday, we had about 100 elementary school kids from Parkway Elementary come join us here at National STOL. They learned all about how airplanes work, how the elevator and the aileron and the flaps and what they do, how they work. And they got to meet some flight instructors and the Missouri Air National Guard and learn all about that stuff. But it was so windy that practice was canceled, but a few pilots, John Douglas and Tristan Nichols, went out and were able to get one takeoff in, try some inspection passes to see if practice was going to continue. Those pilots actually elected to land on runway 31 over on the other side of the airport. Did that just for the kids. Can't have them come all the way out here and not see an airplane take off or land. Here comes Mr. Bergen, holding it off, hovering it in. Didn't even really have to use the shocks on that one. Sub 100 feet, it looks like, for Brady Bergen. And we're watching the replay here. Working those super big tires. The other thing that happens with these big tires, right, is that you get to actually use them as part of your suspension system. You can reduce, they run at very low tire pressures. You can reduce that tire pressure pretty aggressively so that they can soak up the bounce and the bumps for you as well. They're going to taxi back for another run. Right now, Lee Boyd still standing in first with 141 feet. A little bit of a trade now. Brady Bergen up into second place. And Tristan Nichols in third. And folks, like, we are within 20 feet of each other, it looks like. Yeah, everyone is less than 20 feet apart. And only 6 feet separate Tristan Nichols from Brady Bergen. Lee Boyd on the line, ready for the release from the air bosses. That left wing coming up a little bit first. You would normally expect that with the crosswind. Tristan Nichols. Lexi's getting him into position. Waiting for the air bosses to say, go west, young man. I guess technically east. The pattern is to the right. Okay, we got some power being applied. Throttle pulls forward. Look at those flaps. Very aggressive pull on the flap handle there. It's going to help him get a burst of lift off into the air. And Tristan Nichols is soaring up into the sky as Brady Bergen taxis up to the line in that experimental Super Cub.
The cowling on that looks so mean.
It's so cool.
Yeah. It's giving me Badlands Traveler vibes.
A little bit, yeah. Very similar. You know why? Look at the name on the tail.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Tail up, tail down.
Oh,
we're in
right.
the sky. So Cam, we've got a few seconds while they go around the pattern. I'm wondering if you could talk about what you do every other weekend of the circuit.
Ooh, you're talking about on Microsoft Flight Simulator?
Yeah, what are you doing on Microsoft Flight Simulator?
Yeah, so we're doing this exact same shindig, the whole broadcast and everything, in Microsoft Flight Simulator from the comfort of my home or my girlfriend's apartment with National STOL. So what will happen is we'll have the in real life competition like we're having today, and then next weekend we will have the Microsoft Flight Simulator version, basically National STOL, the same competition, Pony Express at home next weekend. Microsoft Flight Simulator. We're going to be flying all the cool planes. We've got some of our competitors in the chat. Katrina and Byron are in the chat. Red Baron's in the chat. Every once in a while, Anov, one of our developers, will pipe in. But we're going to be doing the exact same thing next weekend. You can join us. Go to nationalstol.com/chat. That'll put you in with the Discord channel of ours, and then we can take you from there. So you can buy the sceneries inside of Microsoft Flight Simulator and then fly the exact competitions by joining the Discord channel.
Lee Boyd now coming in. Keeping that left wing down. There it goes, straightening it out. Dropping it on those gear, and he's just got to keep it straight and smooth and stopped. And there we go. Right around 100 feet for Lee Boyd. That's an excellent landing for him.
Wind looks like it's calmed down just a little bit.
Definitely a little bit calmed down, I think, but also more down the pipe now.
Yeah.
Like we're more straight down the runway. This STOL thing that Cam does, I've helped out a couple times. It is just such a cool way to get involved in aviation. If you're looking at aviation and going, man, I don't know where to start, Microsoft Flight Simulator, get in there, fly some STOL, be part of this really passionate community. I'm looking at folks here. They were talking smack to each other in relation to the other pilots here. Victor saying Jerry there was probably watched Byron's landings too much in STOL. So they're coming at each other. Here we go now. Tristan Nichols over the line.
Ooh.
Keeping that left one totally locked up.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Keeping that tail down. Nice and short sub 100 for Tristan Nichols. Katrina also using her trademark line when Jerry was flying, saying, "Jerry, looking for pennies." looking for pennies over there.
Oh.
But, yeah, it's going to be cool. It's something to tune in next week. Same bat time, same bat place. Go to nationalstol.com/chat or go over to YouTube and subscribe to the National STOL YouTube channel. We actually just broke 100,000 subscribers on the National STOL YouTube account. We got the play button from YouTube and the whole thing.
That was super cool, that Swamp STOL to unveil.
Wes Campbell, eSTOL pilot, saying eSTOL comp next weekend is going to be insane. Victor saying, for real, no cap. Okay, here we go. With the Super Cub coming over the line, hovering it in. Oh, does he even need to stop? He doesn't even need brakes.
Wow.
And look at the wing picked up for him right there. He got a look at that nice gust coming over the runway right now.
That was a nice, smooth, pillowy landing.
Yeah, that's what those big, fat tires will do for you.
Yeah, you were just talking about them having the tire pressures are lower than what you would think, and they absorb a lot of that energy.
So they're going to come around for their fourth and final circuit here in the Cub class. Folks, if you are hanging out, I know it's lunchtime. We got a lot of cool lunch vendors out there, places to go to wet your whistle here at Pony Express. So go check that out. Also, don't forget to hit the merch tent as we get ready for the final lap of the Cub class here at Pony Express. Look at Lee's airplane there on the drone shot. That is, it's like blinding the drone. Like look at that, look at that paint from above there.
Iridescence. It is absolutely beautiful.
That's a good Scrabble word. Iridescence. Okay, here's Lee Boyd now on the line. He's got that left main lined up. He's going to lose, half a foot for the right one, but that's okay.
Power coming up, tail coming up, flaps.
Oh, almost insanity. Almost insanity. Just pulled maybe like half a second too early.
Yeah.
Just so short for Lee Boyd. Homesick angel impression off into the pattern. Tristan Nichols getting ready for his last run around the pattern of Pony Express. Lee Boyd did not improve so far. Every run has been a little bit longer. That could be a function of the wind. His best run was still 141. Tristan Nichols' best, 157. Just hanging on for dear life, trying to claw his way in front of Brady Bergen. Nice and short. Look at that. That was super clean for Tristan Nichols. He's going to have to do it on the landing. He's got them beat on the takeoff by far. He's the shortest takeoff of the Cub class on his second run with 57 feet. Brady Bergen.
Powering up just a little bit. Waiting for the cue, and here we go. Tail coming up. Flaps will come down. Stick back, and he's up.
Want to keep folks updated, and there's some. I was talking a little bit about the smack talk, but we talked about Pat McIntyre was saying to Dan Reynolds, like, "Oh, I might be able to pull off a world record today, Dan." Dan flies the Chinook, and he has very publicly said, like, this year is the year he wants to get the world record for the shortest takeoff and landing, and he needs wins about like this to do it. If it's like this in his Chinook, he can do it. And so Pat kind of dropped the gauntlet in the chat, and Dan Reynolds coming in and saying, Pat McIntyre, get her done, Pat.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. Go do it. Go do it, man. Sorry. Of course, Dan Reynolds is going to be flying in the Valdez, the famed, legendary Valdez STOL competition. That's going to be about 5 hours from now. So we wish him luck. Good friend of ours here in the circuit. We've loved watching him compete over the years. And
Lawn Dart Dan.
Lawn Dart Dan. So go get him, Tiger. We can't wait to see what you can do up there in Valdez, where all the national STOL team is rooting for you. Okay, Lee Boyd now settling in. Long final for him. You can see the little gust there caught him and pushed him up and to the right, but he's adjusting. And just hovering it in. That's the challenge. On a day like today with these airplanes that can fly so slow, they do not move over the ground very fast. Okay, settling in now. A little bit of a balloon. Easing it back down.
Ooh.
Oh, really solid for Lee Boyd. Another sub 75-foot landing for Lee.
Let's go.
Watch on the replay here. That was good.
Man.
That was really solid. Tristan Nichols now.
Throwing the gauntlet down, Mr. Boyd is.
So Lee Boyd, actually, despite that being really smooth and great, still his first run was the shortest with 141. So he's going to have that as the metric to beat for the rest of this class. Here comes Tristan Nichols.
Let's go.
Ooh, well done. Ooh, okay. Yeah, we got it. He's got it. It's fine. Everything's fine. A little bit of tail up action there. Got it back down for Tristan Nichols. So he just had a 69-foot takeoff. By the way, I haven't even talked about what Brady Bergen did. You and I were like, he made it look so smooth, we didn't even realize what happened. But right now, look, check it out. Tristan Nichols finally out in front of Brady Bergen. He's been working on that all class.
Alrighty.
He's at 146. 5 feet between him and Lee Boyd. Going to hold in second. So now it's up to Brady Bergen to defend back up into second place. And look at that number.
Ooh, 44.
44 feet on that takeoff for Brady Bergen. Here he comes now. Ooh, little burst of power. Oh, look at that. That's going to be stupid short. That may have just taken the whole thing.
Yeah, all the judges
look
are
at the line
excited.
Judges.
That's awesome.
What just happened? Look at him coming over the line, perfectly placed.
Yeah.
Perfect application of power there, and just zoop.
It's just a little bit of an upset about to happen.
Cam, we have our first sub-100 combined score of the day. 97 feet combined for Brady Bergen. What an upset.
Yeah.
What an upset on the fourth and final run. We will be back to give these guys their trophies right after this.
All right.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn out here at Pinedale, Wyoming. Here's a quick look at what we do at the shop. This is our family business. We're an automotive and bus and fleet repair shop. And we've been here since 1948 here in Hearne, Texas. My grandpa built this shop originally in 1948, and this building here that we're in today was a meat locker plant, and we were right next door. And then we gradually purchased this building and moved over here. And so my grandpa, Wilson Korn, originally founded the shop, and then my dad, Larry Korn, and then myself, Brandon Korn. And now my son is in charge of operations here, and he's Chevy Korn.
He's out there living the good life, flying around. Left all of us here to take on the legacy. I'm pretty much operation manager. I run day to day. I handle all the estimates, ordering all the parts, customer service, scheduling. Pretty much I wear a lot of different hats for this company.
Yeah, we do a lot of painting. We paint an airplane or two every year, and we painted mine here. Completely disassembled it and used everyone in the shop worked on it.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, buddy?
Good.
What's
How
your
are
name?
you?
Where
I'm
you
Chris.
from?
I'm from College Station, Texas.
All right.
We did some rivets and stuff like that, and I helped put in the seats, the floor. I did some wiring on it, stuff like that. Little stuff. Brandon did most of it though, but.
It took a lot of help from everyone to complete that project. It was a big project.
Right. My name is Samuel, and I have Brandon to assemble the airplane.
This is our paint shop. We mix all the colors here in-house, and we can match them. We have a digital camera to scan the colors, dial in the color matches, and we use all the top-of-the-line products. There's no shortcuts on paint. There's no such thing as cheap paint. This is my home airport, Hearne, Texas.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. Then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes, awesome glasses.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
And we are back here at Pony Express STOL in St. Joseph, Missouri, Rosecrans Memorial Airport. Man, that Cub class. Let's give it up for these Cub class pilots. things are just starting to heat up. It's been an intense day all day, and we had you guys all popping around at all different spots on the podium. We know how it ended, but they don't. All right, here we go. In third place with a combined score of 146 feet, Tristan Nichols, get up here. By 5 feet. With a combined, thank you, Lexi. With a combined score of 141 feet, give it up for Lee Boyd. And with the last run surprise, with a combined score of 97 feet, wow, Brady Bergen. Brady, what, where, that you were just like, oh, by the way, I'd like to win. Tell me about that last run.
I forgot how to fly the first 3 rounds, finally figured her out.
Any tips for anybody based on what you experienced out there?
I don't know, just fly on the edge, I guess.
Flying on the edge, all right. Give it up for the Cub class. Pony Express STOL, you guys hold up your media trophies there. Lee's like, where did mine go? There we go. Congratulations, guys. We're going to be back with even more STOL action. The airplanes are getting lighter with more horsepower. It's going to get more and more intense as we go along. We'll be back right after this. Go for it, yeah.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet. The other day, the cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
Learn from flyers worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, and ground track. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Seeing your skills improve fast by avoiding repeated mistakes. Never wasting a chance to document bragging rights, or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap to record.
And welcome back to Pony Express STOL here in St. Joseph, Missouri, where we are having an incredible time and some incredible wind. Let's check out the results of the Cup class. Man, I was joking with Cam during the break. I was like, I almost walked up to Brady Bergen and said, I don't even know who you are, man. Where'd you come from? But yeah, so let's look over the scores here. Combined score of 146 feet. Tristan Nichols. Second place going to Lee Boyd, only by 5 feet. Combined score of 141 feet. And Brady Bergen bringing up the first place score with that impressive final run. Takeoff of 44 feet, landing of 53 feet, best run combined score of 97 feet combined. What an intense class. Now it's time for the rookie class, where our rookies are going to get a chance to compete in front of all of you for the first time. We've got 2 airplanes competing in the rookie class, Scott DeLong and Keaton Grauer. So that is going to be fun to see in the rookie class. Scott DeLong's flying in a Piper P-18, and Keaton Grauer flying in kind of a unique just aircraft. Say that in a weird way. It's a professional show. All right, let's introduce them formally to you right now in race 194. It's a Piper Super Cub from Geneva, Nebraska. Give it up for Scott DeLong. Scott DeLong's a spray pilot in Nebraska. Been flying for the last 30 years. This is his first time at National STOL. He's actually flying Rick Boardman's Piper Super Cub. So give it up for Scott. And check out this kind of wacky thing. It's a 2004 Just Summit, race number 900 from Maryville, Kansas. Give it up for Keaton Grauer. Really unique airplane, powered by a Rotax 912. Aircraft empty weight of 650 pounds. You've seen it on the circuit before, actually flown by Jared Garrettson. If I'm not mistaken, that's a 1 of 1. So a really cool thing to see flying again in National STOL. Joined now in the booth by a special guest, a friend. We've had some fun here today, but thank you for helping us. This is our host, Julius. Why don't you tell a little bit everybody what you do here at the airport?
Okay, so I'm general manager here at Rosecrans Memorial Airport, or municipal airport, so city employee. I'm also in the Air National Guard, member of the 139th next door. So I get to come to work, whether it's a drill weekend or during the week, and I just have to decide what side of the fence I go onto.
What side of the fence and what you wear, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and if I have to shave or not.
Shave or not. Well, this is the first year for Pony Express STOL. It has been a blast. We're having a great time. Julius, what drew you to National STOL, and why do you want to have us come visit?
Well, so we put on a pretty big air show every other year, and the big driving factor of that is giving something back to the community. And we've been working at it for a while, coming up with ideas of things to do in these off years, something to keep people out at the airport every year. And been talking with you guys for a couple years up at ICAS, and finally decided to pull the trigger, make it work, and we finally got you here. And I'd say it's safe to say this weekend that we've maybe blown you away.
Ha! Well done. Yes, we've been blown away. I mean, the hospitality's been through the roof. It's just been incredible, and we've really enjoyed it. We've got a green flag here for the rookie class. I'm curious. So you said you're at the air wing as well.
Uh-huh.
What are your responsibilities on that side?
So prior to taking over the airport, moving on to the city side of things, I worked at the Advanced Airlift Tactics Training Center. It's a schoolhouse that we have here where people from all over the world, 18 allied nations, active duty, reserves, Marine Corps, come and learn advanced tactics. C-130 pilot while doing that, and now I just recently moved over to what we call the A staff, air staff. So I'll be flying a desk for the next little bit before I finally retire in a few years.
Very good. Well, thank you for doing that, and it's cool to see all the training. When we were here Thursday, we saw all your colleagues out there putting in work, dropping stuff in the field off in the distance, doing night operations on NVGs, I'm guessing.
Yep, they were, yeah.
So it's been really cool to see. You then are, I would say it's fair to say, a STOL pilot in your day, or that part of your day job.
Yep.
So if you have any comments about the rookies, as they fly, feel free to chime in. Here's Scott DeLong now in the PA-18 with the belly pod, getting that tail up. And he's off pretty short. That's a nice, good takeoff. I got a question. You ever fly the 130 with Jado?
No, that would be fun though. That would have been
Sounds
awesome.
cool. Was that like a short era of time that they were doing that?
It was. It was the older model C-130s. I don't even think ours had the hard points to put a JATO bottle on it if we wanted to. But if it was an option, I definitely would have taken up the opportunity for sure.
I keep encouraging pilots of National STOL. It's not against it in the rule book.
That's
someone
true.
should do a JATO bottle or something on a plane. Here's Keaton Grauer in the Summit. It's a single-seat bush plane. Very rare to see.
It almost looks kind of bent sometimes.
He's got that stick back.
Oh,
there
yeah.
we go.
There he
Getting
goes.
off into the wind there. And so, I'm curious about anything that translate, like that you think that you were learning flying the Hercules that could translate into like a GA STOL type operation?
Well, I mean, if this weekend's any saying, it's a crosswind controls. That's a big one. Obviously, you want to maximize your performance. So enough crosswind controls to stay under control, but not too much to where you're hurting your lift or actual controllability once you're off the ground.
Yeah, you got to fly the airplane all the way until it's tied down,
Yep,
right? That's
pretty much
something that we've seen this weekend for sure.
And then, I mean, we've seen it here too on the landing. Hitting the ground hard is actually on purpose. You dissipate all that energy and you can stop a lot sooner.
Yeah, we talk a lot about that, right? And that's actually a good point. I don't know if we talked about it today. Part of the thing with these shocks that these aircraft have is that it's not, they do help you with passenger comfort, but that's not what they're there for, right? They're there to translate energy down into the ground so it's not pushing you forward. It's actually, I've been famous for saying it's not about passenger comfort at all.
No, not at all, especially in this operating environment. It's all about performance.
So you've got a big air show coming up then next year.
Yep, yeah, we do those every other year. So we just came off the 2026 Sound of Speed Air Show, and we're targeting 2024 Sound of Speed. We're targeting 2026. Try and keep it in September again. That worked out real well for us, temperature-wise and all that.
If I'm not mistaken, at ICAST you guys were recognized.
We were. You may have seen me walking around with that trophy.
Tell people about that. What was
that?
Yeah,
so we, out of all of the air shows that the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds came to in the 2024 air show season, they decided to make us their best military show site of that entire season.
Wow.
And that, not only did we get that this last year, but the last time we had the Thunderbirds in 2021, we got that same award. So I think we're starting to figure some things out.
Yeah, what's the secret, or can't you tell me?
I think, honestly, the secret is hospitality. A lot of people they've never heard of St. Joe unless they have a reason to come here. And we're not exactly a destination location, but when you do come here, we take care of you, and that's a big piece of it.
Here comes Scott DeLong now. He's got that left wing down into that crosswind, easing off the throttle. Pretty good touchdown. Got to keep that tail down, Scott. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, we got it stopped. All right. So, little bit of heavy braking not getting completely counteracted by the tail, right? We've got aerodynamic forces hitting that elevator, hitting that tail surface. He's got to keep that stick full back. But if you brake too hard, you can overcome that, especially as you slow down and that control surface becomes less effective. So, we'll see what Scott does with that in the next one. He did get it stopped. Let's see what the scores came in there. He had a 140-foot takeoff and a 177-foot landing for a combined score of 317. What we will see with normal competitors and rookies sometimes is after that, where you've got a little bit of a squirrely tail up, tail down moment at the end of your landing run, we will see a longer score on the next run. Feeling a little more conservative after that, right? So now here comes Keaton Grauer in the Just Summit. Burst of power to get him over the line, dropping it in on that left main. Fat tires doing their work, and he's down, look, maybe like 140 feet. That is a cool looking airplane. Watch this on the replay here. Really working that main, not for passenger comfort.
No, not
right?
for passenger comfort, but he dissipated that energy and was able to get on it.
Well, they're going to go around and get ready for another loop in the pattern, so to speak. But now I've got Cam out in the pits.
Thanks, Ryan. We're here with Brady Bergen, our Cup class champion. Yeah, how's that? How has your first National STOL experience been?
Oh man, it's been fun. I've hung around at a lot of different events. I work for Jared Garrettson, so come to a lot of them, but first time flying. So it was, yeah, an absolute blast.
Yeah, how's the Cup flying itself? Like this, you said that this is a brand new airplane?
Yeah. Yep. So I just finished it up, or it's almost finished. Still got to do some body work to it, but got it flying not too long ago, and it's flying great. Performs even better than I hoped. So kept it as light as I could, and yeah, it definitely showed. So I'm happy with the performance. So. Yep.
All right. So yeah, that's our Cup class champion, Mr. Brady. Back to you, Ryan, in the booth.
What a great showing for Brady Bergen out. First time at National STOL, brand new airplane. Scott DeLong, not afraid to get the takeoff side of it done after that. He's sub 150. Maybe a little bit longer this time than that first takeoff. And then here comes Keaton in that Summit. You know, you said it looks like the fuselage has like a curve to it.
Yeah, from certain angles, it kind of looks like it's bent down in the back.
And I wonder if that's a visual, like, is that an optical illusion?
It might be the paint
because
job.
of the paint job, or is it actually got a little bit of a bend to it? By design, of course.
Hopefully. That looked pretty good.
Done.
Yeah.
Good deck angle of climb out there. While they go around, I want to say thanks to one of our sponsors that helps bring National STOL to all of you at home and here at Pony Express, and that's Fly Orca. Fly Orca was created to help you achieve your aviation goals. You can connect with community, discover training opportunities, and share your journey all on that app. From tracking your improvements over time and reflecting on your progress to striving alongside your buddies, finding trusted instructors, and celebrating your aviation journey with it says Familia and friends. We're here to keep your aviation fire burning strong. That's Fly Orca. They're a new annual sponsor for National STOL, and we thank them for their support. You know, we've been talking a lot about the folks that make this happen. Obviously, there's a ton of volunteers that make National STOL events happen. There's a lot of sponsors. Is there anyone you want to call? There's a list of, I mean, your community really came together to bring this event to life. Is there anyone you want to call? I mean, I don't know. It's like 25 different sponsors came together, something like that.
We've got a bunch, and that's how we're able to put these things on. We like to say we swing above our weight class with community support, and that's why we like to give back to the community every chance we get. I think in this scenario, Flytech is a great shout out. We've got a local flight school here that is flying a Sling NGT, a next generation trainer. And actually, Rally, before he left, he had to go home. But before he left, we stuck him in that small little light sport aircraft.
Rally didn't even say goodbye to me.
It seemed like you two had a little friction there.
I was just saying it's an important job. He's got to focus up. That's all. I liked Rally.
Yeah, Rally, he gets a little sporty sometimes. I think the wind was getting to him.
But anyway, sorry. You got Rally in one of the slings. That's cool.
Yeah, so that was fun. But yeah, we've got the sling sitting out here. A lot of interest with the kids as they come in the main gate and get to see an airplane that they could hop in and learn how to fly and be that next generation. A big reason we do all of this stuff is you got to set the hook in the next generation. If we don't go out and recruit the next round of pilots, they're not going to exist.
Absolutely, yeah. So well, thank you to them. I think, Flytech. We've been hanging out in their
Flytech, the actual schoolhouse has become the National STOL base of operations this weekend. So
yeah,
another thank you for that.
So here comes Scott DeLong. Little bit of a sporty landing last time. Let's see if that spooks him at all. Good over the line. Little more stable on the landing, and he's going to let that roll out. He's not going to hit the brakes as aggressively. And I think now for him on the third and fourth runs, he's going to have to feel more comfortable getting those brakes under him. This is kind of the standard thing. Like, okay, we had the short one. It was a little scary from the cockpit side of things. Now we need to get a safe one in the books and then recalibrate our gusto as pilots. And that's true of me and everyone else. You go out and do pattern work. Sometimes you're like, oh, that one wasn't quite right. We got to get back on the horse, figure out what we did wrong, and debrief. That's what that Fly Orca program is all about, is debriefing. Anything from the Air Force side, like debriefing as you watch rookies fly, like you would say, like, hey, you guys, like, would you take, go on a Hercules flight and, like, have video of it and stuff like that to debrief?
So we don't typically have video to debrief, but it's a crew airplane. So when you're flying in there with an instructor, he's in the seat next to you, and a lot of times you do debrief as you go. As long as you don't get them to there we go.
Well planted.
Oh yeah.
Well done. That was really nice. Probably like the 127-foot mark, I think, for Keaton. He may have a takeoff, a 130. Yeah, 130-foot landing there for Keaton. And they're still putting in the score for Scott DeLong. It's going to be, there we go, 500 feet. So kind of just rolled it out. So right now, Keaton in first place with 257, Scott DeLong in second place. With that first landing, combined score of 317. You were talking about Air Force debrief.
Yeah, so you debrief as you go a lot of times. And then whenever we land, the whole crew gets together. We sit around a table and have an actual formal debrief. And just basically walk through the entire flight from pre-planning all the way through execution. And if we do multiple airdrops or all that stuff, we just talk through each thing and be self-critiquing and talk things through of what we thought we could have done better. And then the crew gets to speak up and they get to say, hey, you sucked here, you should do that better.
Yeah, so we can all, yeah, for sure. I want to point out, by the way, you saw on the camera there, if you were watching at home, the most famous man not on the internet walked in front of our cameras there, Hal Stockman. It's his return to National STOL, the Unlimited class, coming up later during the broadcast in a brand new aircraft, Lawnmower 4.1. Scott DeLong now, yanking maybe a little early, but getting it off pretty well. Let's see. Best takeoff so far for Scott was 140. Here comes Keaton in the Summit. In that stick forward, pulling it back. I think a little too early that time. Big deck angle there. He's going to want to get that nose down a little bit. Don't need to. We don't have any obstacles really we need to be worried about here, so we don't need to climb out super aggressively.
And that's one of the nice things about Rosecrans out here is we are down in the river valley, so not many obstacles. We got some bluffs to the east and bluffs to the west, but other than that, it's a pretty wide open environment. C-130s love it. That's why they're here. We've got the drop zone on site, so that's something that guard units don't typically have, is their own DZ or drop zone, so they don't actually have to go fly somewhere to do that airdrop training.
Right, you can drop right here and put in more reps.
Yep, exactly.
Anything you want people to know? I mean, it's so fun to sit next to an expert. Like I was looking through the Wikipedia page for the C-130. It is long. It's a storied aircraft with a ton of history of service.
It is, yeah.
Like anything that you think people maybe don't, we're skimming through here. And there's
the on the aircraft carrier. Yeah, never done that one. That was a one and done.
Yeah, that's not something you practice here, right?
No.
But like anything that you'd say, like, hey, if you don't know this about what the Hercules is doing for you as the American public.
No, I listened a little bit to your stream yesterday, and I mean, a lot of people don't realize, they know it's an older airframe, but it's been around a while and it's been perfected. The ones we're flying today aren't the ones that were built in the 50s. They were built in the 90s or earlier or later than that. But it's really a jack of all trades. It's what we call a tactical airlifter. So people, they see the C-17, the big fancy nice jet, and it can go places and do things similar. But when you need to get something somewhere where a runway may not even exist, you call a C-130 and you can land on dry lake beds in the middle of a deployed environment and get stuff to people that need it.
Yeah, like putting in a ton of work in places that work might not be expected.
Exactly. Yeah, whenever we'd in a deployed environment with the C-130s, I like to say we're the FedEx and the Southwest of that area of responsibility. You never know what you're going to fly or who you're going to fly. You just show up to the plane and you go.
That's super cool. And I'm looking through here right now, like so many variants over the history of the aircraft.
Yeah.
What ones are you flying here usually?
The H models is what the 139th has. It's the 4-bladed prop. We've got external fuel tanks on the wings. Those are not bombs. Those are those are external fuel tanks. And yesterday we were treated to arrival with the C-130J model. That's the slightly newer version. 6-bladed prop on those, and the most current version. And I think those are the only two flying. There's variants of those, like the gunships or the tankers or stuff like that. But H and J models are the basis of everything we have in the current inventory.
Scott's good over the line. Now he's going to get on those brakes. There we go. Tail's starting to come up. He's getting a little more comfortable with it. Stop it, buddy. There we go. Yeah, you never want to just roll out because we have prizes and trophies for most consistent. So if you just roll out and don't stop, it removes that. But he got it nice and stopped there. And I bet we're going to see an improvement from 500 feet down. So as he's redialing and recalibrating that brake pressure, we'll see where he's at there. Yeah, there we go. So now we're down to 301 feet. For the landing, so he's got his combined score down to 479. First run again, still the best for him, 317. Meanwhile, Keaton Grauer improving every time as well. He's on short final there. Working that Rotex hard to get over the line. There we go. Dropping it in, keeping that stick full back. And stopped. I don't think he'll be as happy with that one. It felt a little hotter from the speed perspective.
It did, yeah.
To me.
Came across the line a little faster and got down a little later.
And that's something that, and I'm sure you guys have to calculate this a lot more specifically than we do in general aviation, but like I'll notice even in a 172, if I'm a few knots fast, it's a big difference on my rollout.
It is, yeah, and that's one of those instantaneous debrief items when you're flying with another pilot next to you, is you just keep floating down the runway. And the C-130 is what we call a blown wing design. So those giant 4 propellers in front of you actually generate lift over the wing without airflow. So it's super easy to keep in the air if you're not right on speed and right on profile.
Sure. So I just learned about that on the C-17. They have like externally blown flaps. Mm-hmm. So when the flaps are down, they're able to generate more lift.
But with the C-130, everything behind those props it's called blown wing.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Which is why it performs so well in the low-level tactical environment. You got instant response and instant lift anytime you push that power up.
Don't get a lot of. Not really on the Cub. You don't get a lot of that.
No, I wouldn't think so.
So Scott DeLong now coming up for his 4th and final rookie class takeoff of Pony Express STOL. Full beans. There we go, yanking it back. I think a little early again. What happens if they pull back a little too early and the plane's not ready to fly, you're introducing more drag to the aircraft. You briefly slow down and the plane doesn't want to fly. So it's a fine dance on when that pull happens. You'll hear Cam and I talk a lot about pull just a little early because the plane just didn't leap off. Let's see what happens with Keaton here. Working that rudder to keep it straight. Pulling back, and it's hanging on for a little bit. There we go. That thing really likes to climb.
Yeah, it does.
So now we're going to take a quick break while they go around the pattern again, make right traffic. We're going to take a quick break and go out to Cam, who's with Hal Stockman.
All right, thanks, Ryan. I'm standing next to Hal Stockman, the most famous guy on the internet that's not on the internet. So tell us about Lawnmower 4.1 compared to 4.0, your old aircraft.
They're basically the same airplane. I've got a few little updates that came about since I built 4.0. The 4.1 has got the tail and some of the controls from 4.0, but then it's all new from there on out. It's got the newer style wing ribs in it, and fuel tanks and a baggage door are the main differences between it. So the cooling system too has also improved quite a bit. So but it's basically the same airplane.
How do both of them compare to Lawnmower 3, like your Rands?
Well, I've got 5,000 hours in Rand's S7s, and this flies slower and flies faster. So it flies differently, and I don't know where the edge is quite yet on this one, so I'm not holding it right there. And I don't have BGs on it or boards on the ailerons, and a few other little, I'm just working up on it one step at a time. I'll have a new prop for it next week, an 82-inch. So I'm trying to get everything, one thing at a time, to see what works better and what doesn't work as good.
All right, so you heard from the man himself. Lawnmower 4.1 will be competing later on today, so be out there for that. In the Badlands Traveler, Mr. Hal Stockman, back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Cam, and thank you, Hal, for that update on the aircraft. I'm really excited to see it fly. Like, this is going to be, it's going to be a pretty cool thing to have Hal back in the Unlimited class tearing things up. Scott DeLong now coming in on, I don't even know what to call it here, extended short final. Let's make up some words about what it is, but he's getting it dialed in. Pretty stable on approach now. Now he's got a little bit of wind to deal with as he gets lower and lower. Here we go. Getting that tail down. Very smooth. Mama would be proud. Buttered the bread on that one and getting it stopped. There we go. Getting more comfortable with getting it stopped again. So Scott DeLong showing improvement pretty dramatically from run 2 to run 4 there. We'll see what the actual end number is. It was still his longest takeoff, and I don't know what the wind's doing exactly, if it's any more or less than it was before. It still seems to be fairly down the pipe now.
Yeah, it's way better than it was yesterday, that's for sure.
Yesterday was pretty gnarly.
But being out there, it's coming in surges. We'll think, oh, the wind's getting better, and then as soon as we try and put up a tent or a canopy, the gust comes. So it's definitely variable in its intensity.
And here comes Keaton Grauer in the Just Aircraft Summit. Kind of that same little area where they drop in, and he's going to get it stopped, keeping that tail exactly where it needs to be. Well done for Keaton Grauer there. Right around 125 feet on the landing. Well, the scores come in before we take a break to see who can't be a rookie anymore. Anything else we want to share about Pony Express? I mean, it's been great. You guys have been great. It's been great to see the hospitality, the willing to improvise yesterday when things were going a little sideways. Anything you'd like to share?
No, I mean, we're, like I said, it's been a couple years in the making getting you guys out here, and I'm glad we finally did it and committed to it, and hopefully it's the first of many.
Awesome. Can't wait to be back. We'll be back with more STOL action in just a few seconds. Stay tuned.
All right, we're getting packed up here. We're at the hangar. And the Scout packed up for the Lone Star STOL, and this is going to be a handful of things you're going to need. It's not much. These are some of the basic essentials you're going to need for a STOL competition, or if you're just coming to hang out and watch the STOL. We got, honestly, just a feed tub of random stuff, flashlights, extra tie downs. We got fuel bladders, which are Jeff Daly's. He's probably going to want those back. We use those to drain some fuel to drop some weight. Lawn chair, another one of Jeff Daly's. He's gonna want that back too, but yeah, then you got your bag, extra clothes, tie downs. You gotta have a Sweet Edition Cowie hat. It's just how I roll. A tent, Mexican blankets, and some pads. And that's really all you really need to do to go to one of these things. It's that simple. The Cowie Scott Sweet Edition hat was, it's a company based out of south of Lincoln. My buddy started it. He was a bull rider, and I started wearing his stuff. And this hat in particular was one that no one wanted. It was they labeled it limited edition because they couldn't sell it. It's brown and white. And I started wearing it to every show, and it just kind of it just snowballed. Everybody started wanting one. So I gave my buddy a hard time. I said, man, you ought to call it the Sweet Edition. So one day he messages me and says, hey man, I made it into the Sweet Edition. I hope you don't mind. I put your last name on the side of it. And of course I didn't care. It's his company. And voila, we have the Sweet Edition Cowie hat. That's how it all started. To get on Cowie and get yourself one of these Cowie Sweet Edition hats, it's gonna help you compete. It's gonna be the best thing you ever did. Hey everybody, Scott Sleep from Hyannis, Nebraska, and I fly Blanca Scout and National STOL.
And we are back here at Pony Express STOL, St. Joseph, Missouri. We're just talking to Julius, the organizer of the event, and I wanted to say thanks. To give him a round of applause real quick, putting this together, and a round of applause for all the volunteers that have been making this happen. And actually give yourselves a round of applause, because you're just beautiful people. And I love seeing you in the crowd there. Last round of applause I'm going to ask you to give for the meaningful future is the rookie class. Check them out. Hanging it all out for you for the first time. That takes a lot of bravery to come do airplane things in front of more people than just your friends. With a combined score of 317 feet, give it up for Scott DeLong. And with a combined score of 257 feet, Keaton Grauer in first. Now, something you gotta know, Keaton, you can't be a rookie anymore. You gotta like fly it in the class. How was your first time out?
It was good, you know, it was actually really fun, but yeah.
Tell us about the Summit. It's a pretty unique airplane.
Yeah, it is. There's not very many of them. There's only 3 of them, and I think there's only 2 left flying, but yeah, it's a little performer.
Yeah, we really enjoyed watching you fly. I'll get out of the way for the photos. Everyone, the rookie class of Pony Express STOL. So things are about to heat up here at Pony Express. We got some MOACs firing up, the mother of all cubs. It's going to be fun to watch. We'll be right back with more STOL action after this.
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet the other day. The cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet. So watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
My name is Brian Stack. I'm from Mineola, Texas. This is my 2020 Legend MOAC. Box 1, go. You know, at the time, I had no idea what I was building. Went and talked to Darren and Randy at Legend Aircraft, and, you know, I just built an airplane that we could go fly in.
And those MOACs make it challenging, don't they?
Oh man, them are some beautiful birds, and pilots are good. You know, it's competition.
He calls this airplane, not only does he call it Pepper, he also says it's part of the wolf pack. You can tell why he says that, the beautiful wolf on the front.
Schmack. For STOL, it's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the STOL stuff compared to the bigger guys.
Now,
here
Brian
comes Brian.
Shirley with a
Oh,
scratch
with a
for
scratch.
Brian Shirley.
Now I kind of had time to regroup myself, because it does kind of get in your mind a little bit that you got off your routine a little bit, and I was off my routine today altogether. Brand new airplane, just got it done. I've had it in the mountains at my home airport up there is at 8,000. I've had it at Leadville, which is 10,000. Where I'm actually from is Dodge City, Kansas, and I've had it there is 2,600. So yeah, I've had all over the country. It's performing well.
And we're back at Pony Express STOL, St. Joseph, Missouri, National STOL 2025. Let's look at the results from the rookie class. We've got Keaton Grauer in the 2024 Just Summit, or I'm sorry, 2004, let's go that way. 2004 Just Summit, 257 feet combined total. Scott DeLong in the 94 PA-18 with 317 feet combined total in the rookie class. Keaton is no longer a rookie.
Can't be a rookie anymore, bud. Sorry.
Yep. Too bad. So sad. All right. The adventure class brought to you by Legend. We have race number 15, Andrew Bennett in the 2025 Legend MOAC. Legend. Number 18, Christian Fisher in the 2019 Cub Crafters EX from Dodge City, Kansas. Number 92, Jody Card in the 2022 Badlands Traveler from Casper, Wyoming. And we don't have a number, so I'm going to say Mr. Klemp is going to be in the same Badlands, maybe a different Badlands, and he's from Oral, South Dakota. That's your adventure class for right now.
Really interesting mix of airplanes in the adventure class. You've got everything from the MOACs, the Legend aircraft MOACs, all the way to the new on the scene last year Badlands Travelers and a Carbon Cub thrown in for good measure. Now, in a 2022 Legend Cub AL-18, mother of all Cubs, race number 151. Give it up for Andrew Bennett from New Roads, Louisiana.
Andrew Bennett is flying Beast Mode, Mr. Colin Knieva's old MOAC, lime green number 43. That is a beautiful aircraft. We've seen it many times in the STOL circuit. Can't wait to see what Andrew's going to do with it today.
Next up in race 181 from Dodge City, Kansas, it's a 2019 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub EX2. Get up for Christian Fisher.
Christian Fisher has a nice maroon, blue, and white Carbon Cub. Gives me some vibes from Mr. Nick Ardillo, another competitor of ours.
Some Nick Ardillo vibes
Yeah.
there. I dig that.
Every time I see that aircraft, I'm thinking Nick's here. But no, we have Christian.
And Christian, I just want to give him a little shout out, was very helpful with the kids from Parkway Elementary yesterday. He was teaching them, helping me teach them a little bit about how airplanes work. Next up, From Casper, Wyoming, a 2022 Badlands Traveler. It's number 92, piloted by Jody Card.
Jody Card is a 55 years old private pilot. He's got a couple of years of flying experience, and he enjoys exploring by air. Same here, sir.
That's it says here, I don't know if this is true. We were just talking about it with Julius. It says aircraft performance mods, booster rockets.
Ooh.
I don't know if Jody Card's actually got booster rockets. I guess we'll find out. And last but certainly not least, from Oro, South Dakota, number 60, the 2024 El Jefe Badlands Traveler, piloted by Clint Buznitz.
Mr. Clint was raised on a cattle ranch in Wyoming. He started flying at the age of 19 in a 90-horse Super Cub. And he's a home-built aircraft enthusiast, currently flying aircraft number 9.
Yeah, so he's been building these Badlands Travelers and designing them, and he's got the 9th one that he's flying right now. So that's going to be your adventure class. So let's check out the weather.
Oh, yeah. We've got winds out of 310 at 12 knots, gusting 19. Altimeter 293. It's nice and dry out here. We have 40% humidity, which is ultra nice.
It feels very comfortable. I just took off my National STOL by Flight Outfitters coat. And shameless plug there. But it's fine. It's like, I mean, we're in the shade and a little bit of the breeze here in the booth. We don't have the sun on us. But it's been really beautiful here. Notice that that gust number has dropped, but the wind, while it's less intense, is more down our runway 35 here at Rosecrans Memorial Airport. Now, here comes Andrew Bennett in that MOAC.
MOAC.
Like you've said, Cam, this is a bit of a famous airplane. It used to be flown by Colin Knieva,
Yes,
Evil
sir.
Evil Knieva. So we'll see what Andrew can do with it.
He's giving it full throttle, standing on its tail. Whoa!
Well done, Andrew Bennett. That was... So this is the thing. We're losing a little bit of wind, but the airplanes are getting more powerful as we go through the day. So, okay. So that's the MOAC. Now we've got the Carbon Cub flown by Christian Fisher.
Yeah, that's it's going to be hard to follow up on how amazing that takeoff was. And Mr. Fisher.
Woo! Okay.
All right.
Around 75 feet there.
Yeah, the judges aren't having to do any running on this one.
Yeah, they've got it kind of dialed in. Okay, now we've got the Travelers. Look at how tall. Look at how tall that one is. I don't mean to laugh, but it's definitely it's like, hello, I would like to stand. I'm a human. It's like when a dog walks around on its hind legs.
Yeah.
It is so tall, and look at how that's going to work for him on takeoff here with that angle of attack. Tail's going way high, yanking it back.
Man.
Look at that! I just want to be clear. I wasn't making. I mean, I was kind of making fun, but like, look how it worked, right? You have all that lever action, all that angle of attack to get the airplane up in the air. Jody Card off short.
There's so many science things happening every time we see these takeoffs.
A little bit of science in flying. Folks, I mean, we are seeing insane numbers here in the adventure class. Everyone's been sub 80 feet so far. Let's see what Clint can do.
He said, let me show you what I can do.
So that aircraft might look a little familiar to you as well.
Oh, yes.
Jeff Daly's
Warhorse.
Yeah, that's Warhorse there flying around. The N number of that, I'm going to share it. The end number of that aircraft is November 365 Bravo Sierra, which stands for 365 BS, because that's what Jeff Daly says he's about. So great to see him, his airplane flying with Clint at the controls. Wish that Jeff Daly was here with us as well. So they're going around the bend. Looks like we've got Beast Mode entering like kind of base to final there. While Beast Mode's on approach, I want to thank our friends at Sarasota Avionics. They've been a long-term partner of National STOL. They're the largest #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for Garmin and panel mount GPS avionics systems. They've got upfront pricing, superior service, expert consultants. They're your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. They offer Garmin prizes to the pilots, and can't wait to see more of what they do. Here comes. Oop, a little short for Beast Mode, flown by Andrew Bennett.
Yeah, I don't think the wind gave out, but
he was definitely kind of like riding it down with bursts of power, right? I don't know if we can go to the replay here while we've got the next airplane on final. We can kind of walk you through that one. Here we go. Let's go to the replay on this for Andrew Bennett. Look, he's got a burst of power there, and it just... You could see he was trying to get another burst of power here, I guess. And then he did it still textbook, right? As soon as those mains touched down, the flaps were retracted. He's getting rid of as much lift as possible. Good braking action, but just a little short for Andrew Bennett. So he will not be on the board yet.
Yeah, and kudos to him for that heavy workload. I mean, like, he scratched. You know, a lot of people just kind of let go of what they normally do, and he still held true to his procedures.
Christian Fisher there with a scratch too, landed healthily before the line, probably a couple plane lengths before. He did give a little power and like float over the line for good measure, but not good enough to be on the board there for Christian Fisher. So the MOAC and the Carbon Cub out of the running on the first run. Next up, Jody Card in the tall Badlands Traveler.
On some platform shoes.
Yeah, those booster rockets worked. Let's check out that takeoff was 75 feet for Jody Card. The shortest one was the Legend Aircraft MOAC with 67 feet off the ground.
MOAC. Jody's just bringing it in. Nice and lumbering. Ooh.
Okay.
I mean, he brought it. It was very close to the line. Didn't give up any feet between him and the line. Looks like our judges are going to get our number to us here in just a moment. 92 feet on that combined total. 167 for Jody Card in the Badlands Traveler. Clint on short final. And looks like we've got a warning issued to Andrew Bennett. We'll talk about that in just a moment.
Woo! Okay, dropping it in, bouncing it in for Clint Busnitz.
I was very surprised at that. I mean,
it just dropped out. He just lost all lift there. Rode the rodeo ride. Warhorse trying to buck him off there a little bit. So that is another scratch. So 3 out of the 4 adventure class competitors with a scratch. Jody Card stands alone, currently in first place. Standing tall, should I say?
Yes.
In that
very
aircraft.
Tall.
So let's talk about that warning that was issued for the deck angle. Do you want to walk us through what happened there, Cam?
Yeah, so we can't have extreme AOAs despite what the aircraft is capable of. I mean, we just saw Andrew's first takeoff, very, very nose high attitude. not part of the rules that we have here. I mean, we are very engaged, and we want everyone to be safe. And what ended up happening was his extreme AOA resulted in a warning.
So the risk of that, all right, is if you are very aggressively climbing out, if you were to have an engine failure or if you were to have some other issue, you've got less time to get the nose down, to get flying speed, to glide back to the ground.
Yeah.
You're at more risk of a stall. And since we're not doing actual backcountry ops, we're doing a competition here, there's no need to be ascending that aggressively. We don't have big obstacles we're trying to overcome. So that's part of it as well. Here we go, second run. It almost looked like he took off with his brakes locked. You see how those tires were like immediately stopped?
Yeah.
That was amazing. Nice one for Andrew Bennett there. In beast mode.
83 feet on that takeoff. A little bit further than his first. Christian Fisher on the line right now. Waiting for the okay from the judges. Full power, tails coming up, flaps will come in, and he's up. About now.
There we go. So interesting. That was what you would do in the backcountry, right? It's not flying. I'm going to get that tail up, reduce some of that drag, make sure the plane can re-accelerate, and then I'm going to give it another go. It definitely pulled too early. All that extra drag, not enough to overcome where he wanted it to. So that's going to be a fair amount longer than what he had on his first run, which is a bummer because he did have the scratch. But he's still got 2 more runs after this to try to shorten up that takeoff distance. Next up, Jody Card in the Blue Badlands. Getting that tail very high. Oh! It settled back down.
Just ever so slightly.
Yeah, and we always take the measurement from the second, like whatever the wheels left the ground last. Wow, that was hard for me to spit out. So it did go off quite short. It settled back down, but then climbed out again. Still quite short. We'll see what the judges say. They're saying 79 feet. That is a respectable distance. Clint Busnitz with the 73-foot takeoff last time around.
See what Warhorse will do for us right now. Okay, sub 100.
Sub 100, and look at what happened to our feather flags there. We had almost a direct crosswind for Clint on that one. Now is a great time to take a minute as they come around the pattern, folks. They're making right traffic behind you. Go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote and vote for your favorite pilot. You still have a few more classes to see. We've got the sport class coming up, 2 heats of that, and then, of course, the unlimited class. Vote for your favorite pilot. Voting closes at the end of competition today. Beast mode,
Andrew.
full throttle, not enough. He tried to save it. He was really working that wing, hanging it all out there, and full application of power, not enough to keep him airborne. So that is going to be another scratch for Andrew Bennett in the adventure class. And then, of course, a ton of energy to dissipate, too, after all that power application.
Yeah. He's got 2 more chances, though. I feel like he'll give us some good numbers, put himself on the board.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a capable pilot, and that aircraft we know is highly capable as well.
Absolutely.
Here's Christian Fisher looking to get on the board as well. First run was a scratch with basically a rollout, so we don't have a good measure of his performance yet. He's going to be good over the line, gives
Playing
up
very
about
safe.
2. Yep. Playing it safe, getting on the board right now, it doesn't even matter what your score is. If everyone else is scratching, being on the board means you're placing, right? So he did have a long takeoff that ride, 221 feet. We'll see what the landing distance comes in, but that's going to put him immediately into second place. Jody Card, man, 167-foot combined on that first run. That's going to be hard for everyone to beat. Combined score for Christian Fisher, by the way, just came in 479.
Man. And we're going to continue with that direct crosswind, it looks like. So Jody Card will have to contend with that, but I think he'll be able to not scratch.
Ooh, man, that
nose
tail is
coming
low,
up. Yeah.
bouncing on those
Yeah.
gear. Getting it stopped. Jody Card is not messing around today. Look at that, hanging that tail down. The tail almost touches the line, which would be fine, but just to put in perspective of like how accurate he was that time. If he can land 15 feet shorter next time, it's really going to improve those numbers.
Yeah.
That was also, look at Mr. Consistent here, 167 and 168 for Jody Card. So he's got it dialed in these first two runs. Here's Clint Busnitz. Bouncing it in, getting it stopped.
All right.
There we go. Sub 125 for Clint. His takeoff was 20 feet longer at 93 feet. Here we go on the replay. We first saw, beautiful landing there. We first saw this aircraft at Moses Lake.
Oh my goodness.
Last year, Moses Lake, Washington. It is famously known as the Ryan Screams, "What is physics?" plane. Because we saw that airplane, it had heavy winds, heavy headwinds. It took off in 15 feet.
Jeez.
So, very incredible aircraft, very capable. While they taxi around the runway here, this MOAC out front, this green airplane, is Legend Aircraft built, and they're one of our annual sponsors. We need to thank them so much. They actually host the finals at the end of the season at their factory in Texas. Legend Aircraft, not your grandfather's Cub. They've engineered in all of the safety, comfort, and convenience options imaginable. Learn more at legend.aero. Yanking it. There we go.
Yes.
That is the kind of performance I'd expect from him.
And that aircraft. I mean, just the the combination is uncanny.
Beast mode for real. Why did you name it that? Oh, that's why.
Obvious reasons. Let's see what Mr. Fisher is going to do. When those flaps come down.
Just a little early on the pull. Like, I don't even know how you would time that in the cockpit any longer, right? Like, it's just hard to know exactly. You got to really feel that airplane out.
Yep. Jody Card on the line. He's going to give it full throttle. Bring up the tail. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That was short. The judges are all congregating around the 50-foot marker. While Jody's turning crosswind in the pattern, we're going to have Clint bring up the tail. He saw Jody and said, you know what? We've got the same airplane. Let's see if I can do that better.
Let's have a little fight. So question in the chat from number 72, Wes Campbell, STOL pilot, saying, what class would the Keaton Grauer, what would Keaton Grauer go to with the Summit? And I actually don't know where it would head. I need to, like, dig in the rules, but actually Race Control to the rescue in my ears saying sport.
Or unlimited.
Or unlimited.
Yeah. Can you imagine him in unlimited? Like with unlimited mods in a single-person backcountry aircraft.
Single seat, yeah, for sure.
Like,
here is the MOAC. Wes Campbell also saying in the chat that MOAC takeoff was insane, and we're about to see an insane landing. I can feel it. Hovering it off, dropping it in super slow. That was incredibly low energy. The blue flag of death.
Yeah.
With the scratch for, oh man, that
Lexi
would have
just
been
throws
the
it
one.
down.
Yeah, did you see
not happy.
Lexi there? She was just like, this is garbage. She is emotionally invested in every single one of these takeoffs and landings. Yeah, throwing it down there on the replay.
So does the blue flag now have a name? Are we calling it the BFOD? The blue flag of death?
I don't know if we can call it the blue flag of death. It seems a little too aggressive now that I said it out loud.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do like a web poll on Facebook in the next week or two. We can name the blue flag.
The blue flag of disappointment.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, go in the chat right now, folks. What should we name the blue flag? Let us know what you think we should call it. Here comes Christian Fisher. Got some altitude to lose. He's going to keep it safe. He's good over the line. Tail touches down right at the line. Well done. Now he's just got to get it stopped. And nice. There we go.
All right.
Measurements always taken from the wheel that's furthest away from the line in terms of the main wheels. So that's good, right? He's going to get it more down, I think, where he probably wanted to be.
Yeah, maybe a 145, 143. Okay.
So 243 combined. That's going to put him in third place. So really the heartbreak of this run so far is Andrew Bennett's scratch in that mode, because it was a really short landing, a really short takeoff, and he could have given the Badlands a run for their money. I mean, look at their takeoffs, 44 and 45 feet, respectively. He was at 54. If he could had gotten that short stop on the books, we'd have a real fight. Speaking of having a real fight, here comes Jody Card fighting that crosswind. A little bit of a balloon. Now he's going to add a little power, really work that left gear.
Yeah, he's showing us what the Badlands does best.
I mean, that airplane is like mostly tire. It is. I mean, I love it. I just want to be clear. I'm not being critical. I love it.
Yes.
Look at the compression, especially in slow motion. Right, you're seeing the whole airplane just go. I'm absorbing the fall. Like, it is incredible. And what he's doing with it is incredible as well. That is going to put him up into first place. So a place change now. Jody Card, actually, no, he's going to maintain. I apologize. He's going to maintain, but even more dramatically now, out in front with 112 feet combined. Here's Clint. A little bit of power.
Ooh.
Floating it down. He's got so little energy to dissipate. Look at that. Working those binders. Getting her stopped right around the 100-foot mark. If he could just be more accurate to the line.
Yeah.
That, too. We've got one more run, and I don't think we're ready to call it, right? Jody's healthily out in front, but Andrew Bennett could take this whole thing the same way that we saw in the last class.
Yeah.
Just get one good run in, and it's all you need to win.
And Clint's right there as well.
If you're just joining us, I see Jeff Davison in the chat asking, where is this event held currently? We are in St. Joseph, Missouri at a brand new event called Pony Express STOL. The airport's Rosecrans Memorial Airport. It's also home to the 139th Airlift Wing of the Missouri Air National Guard, where they have one of the C-130 schoolhouses. So pretty cool place to be.
I didn't realize it was a schoolhouse. I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas, which is the home of the Herc. So they do actually, I think they do advanced. Did Julius talk about it? I didn't get a chance to hear y'all's conversation.
Yeah, Julius walked us through that. They've got they bring in like the J model here was visiting to come to the schoolhouse that you saw yesterday. Here's Andrew Bennett now in the MOAC, yanking it off. Woo! That may be right in line with the last one. The last one was 54 feet. 56 feet. Okay.
All right.
So he's still in the running. He's still, this fourth one could decide it all for Andrew Bennett. Christian Fisher, big improvements the whole time. Still looking to beat that first takeoff, 77 feet. Not quite, but close. Back
Very
to
close.
the sub 100s, back in that land for him. He's really fishing for it.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Dad jokes. Jody Card, currently in first place with a combined score of 112. Look at that. He's like, I'm going to take all of the runway, grab as much of that crosswind as I can, tail coming way up. Nuts! That was nuts! That was so aggressive. He could have pulled even sooner, Cam.
That is.
It leapt into the air. It didn't even look like, it looked like he hit a button. And it just was like, bloop, take off.
I mean, the tail didn't even touch the ground. You know?
Takeoff mode initiated. Like, they're acting it out. The judges are acting it out. Hal's over there doing, like, wing wagging. They're going to call that 53 feet for Jody Card.
Jeez.
Clint's on the line now trying to figure out what to do with that.
Yeah. It's going to give us another one. All right. Yeah. Saw what you did, Jody. We're going to do it better.
And yes, he did. They're calling that sub 50.
Jeez.
That, like I said, it could be anyone's race. As they go around the pattern right now, it literally could be anyone's race.
So yeah, as they are going around the pattern, make sure you pay special attention to Jody and Clint's Badlands, because in Unlimited class, we have Hal Stockman's Badlands, which he corrected me after our interview. It is different from the Traveler. He doesn't have a Traveler. He has a Badlands Vaquero.
Okay,
We'll
we'll have
go
to
over
figure
that.
out what that even means.
Oh,
Here's
yeah.
the Moac coming in now. Good over the line, working those gear. Get it stopped, buddy. Okay, we are sub 125 compared with a 56-foot landing. The best part about this for Andrew Bennett is he's on the board.
Yes.
This is the first landing, the fourth and final landing to get him on the board in the Moac. That's going to give him a combined score of 175, which right now unseats Christian Fisher for third place. So we've got the Moac on the podium right now. Christian Fisher now coming in on final approach to your left.
As we're about to get serenaded by the sound of round. Looks like a Nan Chang is in the pattern.
Before we go to break, we're doing the graduates.
And Christian bringing it in. Ooh, real smooth over the line.
Oh, and stopped quite short.
Yes.
Oh, see what I said?
Yeah.
Just temporarily. We may have. We'll have to see what the math works like.
Yep, just a little bit over 100 feet. Looks like 103 feet from here. We'll see how that works out. It is 103 feet for a combined total of 197.
Not enough. Not enough. An improvement, but not enough to take back third from Andrew Bennett. Now, the battle for first and second place. Jody Card holding on with 112. Look at him hovering in the wind there, just like he's in Wyoming.
Yeah.
Just like he's in the Wyoming winds. Ooh, working it around it, right? Look at that. The crosswind pushing him around a little bit. Reconfiguring, coming in real low. Okay, we're fine. Holding it off. Reducing that power right about
And
now.
Ooh.
Plopping it in.
Plopping it in. Like,
woo!
Yeah.
Jody Card. What you doing to me, man?
I mean, that's looking 60-ish feet, maybe 63.
Well over the line from an altitude perspective, working that gear just so hard.
60 feet. So that's 113.
So still 112 is his best. But he's like, by the way, I can do it more than once. Here's 113. Okay, to change it up,
Mr. Booznitz.
Clint Booznitz. Oh, adding some power to keep it off. And a stretch for Clint Booznitz. So that's going to be the final decider. If anyone could have taken it from Jody, it would have been him. And just short, about a tire length short before the line for Clint. And that is going to wrap up the adventure class here at Pony Express. Now, before we move on to the next class, we want to say congratulations to a few folks. It's that time of year.
Yeah.
Get your Nan Chang taxing in right there.
There we go.
We have a lot of graduates that we want to say congratulations to from our pilots and from our crew. So first up, we got Chase McIntyre's graduating from Waverly High School in Nebraska. He's first in his class. He's going to be going to the University of Nebraska next year for biochemistry and pre-med. He chose raining horses over airplanes, but otherwise he is fairly awesome. That's what this text from his mom and dad says. So congrats, Chase. We are so proud of you, all of us at National STOL. I think he's literally got like the parties tomorrow. So congrats to him.
Awesome.
Also, from our broadcast team, Skip from our broadcast team says, hey, Jace Leger? Did I pronounce that right?
That's correct.
Chase Leger is graduating middle school. Congratulations,
Heck yes.
Jace.
Congratulations, Jace. And from our own production, Glenn, Mr. CW, has got Hannah Roberts graduating elementary school.
Looking great there on stage, doing some theater work. Also from our production team, Charles from our production team, he's got 2 kids moving on from milestones. Cato graduated from kindergarten yesterday.
All right.
And then Bethany on screen right there, she graduated from 2nd grade. She's moving on from 2nd grade, so congratulations. There's Cato on screen for you, pumped up and swimming there. So he graduated kindergarten. We actually got to see a little bit of that. Ryan S. from production.
The other Ryan.
Calvin is graduating from 2nd grade as well. So congratulations to Calvin.
Heck yeah.
And then Jerry Clemens, who you saw fly earlier. Sarah Clemens, there she is, graduated from Colorado State with honors and a bachelor's of chemical engineering. Sarah's going to be headed back to Colorado State next fall to finish her equine science degree and a minor in business. She plays varsity polo at CSU. So congrats, Sarah. And
then my girlfriend, Katie Harder, graduated from University of Arkansas at Little Rock with a bachelor's in environmental geology. So she's on her way to becoming a professional geologist.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Congratulations, Katie. That's awesome. So congrats to all those graduates. We love celebrating here at National STOL. We're going to go finish things up with the adventure class and be back for more exciting action. Sport class coming up next. Righty check. There we go. I'm back. Everybody, before we kick off the awards, I want to come over here and talk to this young man. What's your name?
Levi.
This is Levi. And Levi, how old are you?
6.
When did you like today, right? It's your birthday today? Yeah? Would it be all right if we all sung happy birthday to you before we do the awards?
Yes.
All right, you can turn around. Let's look at everybody. Come on over here, Brian. All right, everybody. Someone's got to kick it off. Who's got the voice of an angel? All right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Levi, how'd we do? Was it okay singing?
Yes.
Yeah, it was all right. What do you want to be when you grow up?
A flyer.
A flyer? That sounds pretty good to me. All right, round of applause for Levi, everybody. Happy birthday, dude. Now let's talk about the adventure class. Hey, that was kind of fun, right? Yeah, all right. Here we go. In third place with a combined score of 175 feet, give it up to Andrew Bennett. Nice flying. With a combined score of 145 feet, give it up for Clint Busenitz. And with a pretty insane number here, a combined score of 112 feet, Jody Card. Jody, that was some great flying. You had 2 runs that were only a foot apart. Talk to us a little bit about what it was like flying today.
Well, it was pretty crosswindy for sure. That was nasty.
It was nasty, but you made it look easy. Congratulations, everybody. Here we go. Give it up for that adventure class. Karen's like, come on, let's get nuts, guys. Congratulations, adventure class. We're up with the sport class after this.
Gonna grab 110.
Rick, hold it.
Taking the big bounce.
Okay.
He's sliding.
Came down and I was braking and it just shattered across the weld. My name's Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Xena 750, flying in the Sport class. My dad and I would always go to events and things like that, and I would always look up and just see people flying. And for me, it was something that I dreamed of doing. It's something that he dreamed of doing. We grew up like kind of poorish, and he was a cop and couldn't really afford to do that kind of stuff. So after I got out of the military, I started looking at aviation. I was like, man, I think I could do that. Wound up completing that dream of his and mine to become a pilot. And anyone can do it. I know if I can do it, other people can do it.
Howdy, I'm Levi No Guess. I'm from Killeen, Texas. I'm here for the fun. If I win, that's great. If I don't, I'm still having a blast.
My name is Sheldon Hetherington. I'm flying Redbird, a Xena 750 STOL.
Here's Sheldon now in Redbird, overcome that axle issue that he had and now has it up and running.
New prop I'm trying. I just got it from eProps, and it's totally amazing.
Hi, I'm Dennis Rowe. I fly Just Aircraft Highlander, and I'm in the sport class. What do you say? You done it. You own it, and you just learn from it, and you thank God. And in this case, it was not too serious.
You know, here's the embarrassing part. I always said, boy, you put a Highlander on its nose, you got to be an overachiever.
Yeah, I had to entertain everybody.
I started off at a young age, probably 3 years old, racing motocross.
You know, I come from a stunt background and I was a professional bull rider. It just, what's next? Let's do it.
And we are back in St. Joseph, Missouri, Pony Express STOL 2025 on the National STOL Series circuit. We are on a third stop, and we're going to bring up the adventure class results. Mr. Jody Card, number 1, with a combined total of 112. Number 2, Mr. Clint Buznitz in the Badlands Traveler, combined total of 145. Number 3, Andrew Bennett in the Legend Moac, combined total of 175. And number 4 in 4th place, Christian Fisher in the Cup Crafters EX in 197 for a combined total. And that's your adventure class presented by Legend Aircraft. Right now we're coming up on our sport class. Number 95, Matt Dorsum in the 95 Kit Fox 4 from Lancaster, Kansas. 224, Jarrett Justice, good friend of mine, in the 2024 Kit Fox 7 from Viola, Arkansas. Number 97, Rick Boardman in the 2015 Cup Crafters SS from Henderson, Nebraska. Number 98, Brandon Rice in the 09 Rans S7. I think he's actually not here, from Lewisburg, Kansas. Number 828, Michael Buznitz in the 2013 Rans S7. That's a cousin of Clint Buznitz. Number 48, Eddie Sanchez in the 2023 Just Highlander from Willis, Texas. We've got a heavy lineup. A lot of these guys are all previous competitors in National STOL. In fact, all of them are. I'm very happy to see Jared Justice here. He's a good friend of mine from Arkansas. First saw him compete at Arkansas. His sister, Valerie Justice, gave me my tailwheel endorsement. Yep. So, super cool. We're looking at our crowd right now here at St. Joseph, Missouri, Rosecrans Memorial Airport. Winds are 320 at 12, gusting 24. Altitude, or altimeter, is 2993. Got a Mooney taking off in front of us right now. The race control telling me that it's actually 2953. Oh, never mind. Yesterday it was 2953. Today is 2993. Yeah, I mean, it's been exciting so far. We've had some Badlands action already going on. Right now, sport class is about to get started. Really excited to see what Eddie's going to do in the Highlander. This Devil Girl 2.
I mean, sport class is so competitive. So many people compete in that class. We've got 2 heats coming up for you. And the size and power and varied weights of these aircraft are really dynamic, right? So you're going to see everything from a Kit Fox 4, a tiny little experimental aircraft powered by a 160 horsepower Yamaha Apex engine from like a snowmobile.
Yeah.
Right? You can see that. You're going to see classic Rotax 912s. You're going to see Titan 340s. And then you're going to start to see other interesting engines, right? Later, that Rans S7 flown by Michael Buznitz is going to be an Edge Performance STI 160 horsepower engine. You're going to see Eddie Sanchez running that Yamaha 998 Sidewinder Turbo with 270 horsepower. These are, it's just like, things are getting a little insane, right? Because it's literally like bolt the biggest engine you can to the smallest airplane you can find.
Yeah.
And in the middle of all that, you've got Rick Boardman that's like flying a Carbon Cub. Right? You're like, it's just one of the coolest classes we have. Obviously, like, very well attended at every event by all the pilots. So we're really excited to bring it to you. And like Cam mentioned, every single one of these competitors, it's not their first National STOL rodeo.
Yeah. Yep. And we're going to combine heats, so it's not going to be 2 heats. We've got everyone running together. So all 5 are... How many aircraft do we have?
Yeah, looking through here, we'll have to see if our sheet's totally updated here, but because a couple pilots couldn't make it in due to either weather or winds the past couple days, it sounds like from race control we will combine it into one heat, which is great.
Yep.
And you separate the heats, it's always a little bit of like, who got what weather? Who got what wind, right?
Yep.
So we'll see that. So we'll get them introduced to you in just a second as we kick off the sport class. So who's not here? Brandon Rice isn't here.
And you can see our crowd line here at Rosecrans Memorial Airport. Everyone's having a good time.
Oh, Dakota Hudak's not here.
It's a little windy, but the sun is out. It is, I would say, good flying weather. I'm not going to fly in this, though.
I'm just updating the competitor info to match.
Yeah, we're getting our information updated while we wait for our next class to start, the sport class. Yeah, pretty interesting conversation you had with Julius just a little while ago. Being able to hear about the 139th Airlift Wing and
yeah. I mean, they're doing such great work, right? Like they've got a unique advantage here at the airport, being able to have their own drop zone. So they can put in reps. You know, most Herc bases have to fly a certain distance.
Yeah.
So they can put in the work right here and do that, you know, without it burning a ton of avgas. That's better for them, but it's also better for us who are footing the bill for the whole thing, right?
Right, yeah.
And just hearing a lot about everything they've been doing and how they train everybody to be ready to go. And, you know, I've spent a lot of time on, you know, one of the luxuries of this job is we get to hang out with a lot of great pilots who are serving our country, and had the honor of, you know, interviewing a C-17 crew at Oshkosh last year who had participated in the Kabul airlift. And so I think while, you know, sometimes it's like the fighter pilots get a lot of the glory for what they're doing, it's certainly like cool, yank and bank, firing missiles, all that stuff is really neat, but some of the real like functional human impact stuff happens on the airlift side.
Yeah.
Right? Like we're talking about rescuing people from danger.
Dropping
food.
Supplies, like
yeah, all that stuff. And then never mind, like the Hercules has the gunship variant. So like close air support of the troops on the ground. So the mission that they're doing here I think shouldn't be overlooked. And it's just really cool to talk to Julius, and I want to just thank him again for all the hospitality that he and everyone have put on. It's been incredible.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, like the restaurant for the airport has been awesome. All the staff has been excellent. Like I feel like I'm at home, even though it's not my home. I mean, the flight school opened their doors to us and allowed us to congregate, do our meetings, eat, like take showers. I mean, like it's been an all-out effort from the airport and all the little entities involved at the airport. And yeah, there is a restaurant on the field. We've eaten breakfast there a couple of mornings, had dinner there the other night. Like they were very, very hospitable to us. A lot of locals that were at the restaurant with us didn't even realize that there is a restaurant here. Maybe because some people aren't running ADSB on their aircraft. And you can see it right there in the center of the shot. That's where we all had food, delicious food. They have excellent breakfast, a very good menu. But yeah, a lot of folks who are locals didn't even realize that there's an airport here. I mean, that there's a restaurant here at the airport.
There's an airport here?
Yeah. What are we doing?
Wait, how
here?
did we
get here?
I couldn't help myself.
But yeah, you can come in here and eat. I think they're closed on Sundays, but other than that, they're open from 6:30 to 2 p.m. And we're still getting our lists and everything updated here with race control. But yeah, restaurant on the field. Come out, call ahead. If you don't have ADSB, do what you need to do to be able to navigate this airspace for people like me who don't have ADS-B out on their aircraft because either they're super, super old or they're even older than super, super old. And right now, looks like the crowd's having a good time out there. It's warm, but it's not like overwhelmingly super warm. Everyone's getting baked by the sun. We still got a nice left quartering headwind, which the pilots will like. It's not a direct crosswind at the moment, which we've been contending with a couple of classes. Changes the flight characteristics of the aircraft, makes takeoffs a little different, makes landings a lot different.
Yeah, great to see. Look, you can see in the pits there, there's Eddie Sanchez taxiing up in Devil Girl.
Yep, you can see his trailer where he puts it together and puts it up at night above in the top side of that shot.
So he's taxiing, ready to do some cool stuff for you all. It's a pretty incredible airplane, piloted by a pretty incredible pilot.
Yeah.
So that'll be cool to see here in the sport class. And then, I think some of the other things you were talking about, right, is like we've got such a great opportunity in aviation to share this to people. And I think what's great about the folks at Rosecrans Memorial is they're working so hard. Like, that was the biggest thing Julia said, right? Is we need to educate the next generation of pilots. We got young little Levi out there, 6-year-old, who wants to be a flyer, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, man. So my challenge to all of you who are watching or listening right now, if you are a pilot already, here's the truth. Everyone at National STOL, right, is so welcoming and is already taking so many pilots under their wings. But if you're new to this or you are part of aviation, maybe you're not part of the STOL community, I would invite you to try to channel that same energy. Mm-hmm. Get a Levi, let him sit in your plane, take him up for a flight if his parents are okay with that. You know what I mean? Like show these folks around. Someone's standing at the airport fence looking in longingly, take the time to go talk to them, figure out how you might be able to inspire them, because this sort of stuff is going to absolutely change your life, and it's changes our lives.
Yeah.
And it's been an incredible run, and so I would just invite everyone to channel your Rosecrans Memorial energy, right? Like, share this with everybody and make sure that everyone can have access to it so we can have that next generation of aviators. While we get ready, we're watching Eddie. We can see all of the camera views here. There we go. Yeah, look at Eddie taxi into the back of the line. But we can kick off the intros for the sport class. So first and foremost, check it out. It's race number 94. It's a 2015 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub SS. Give it up for Rick Boardman.
So Rick is flying out of Henderson, Nebraska. Him and his lovely wife, Mary, have a spray operation out there. You may have noticed one of the other competitors had a yellow Carbon Cub earlier. That's also Rick's airplane. So he's generous enough to allow some of the competitors, other people, to use his other airplane in competition.
Next up is race number 823. It's a 2013 Rands S7S from Whitewater, Kansas. Give it up for Michael Busnitz.
Michael Busnitz is the owner of Stole Creek Aviation in Whitewater, Kansas. He operates a Rotax repair center and installs Edge Performance products there as well. Got a chance to talk to him last night. Mistook him for a direct relative, like in-the-house relative of Clint, and he was quick to correct me that they are cousins.
He's got 6 kids.
Yeah.
Does a guy get anything done?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Race number 48. It's a 2023 Just Aircraft Highlander from Willis, Texas. Give it up for Eddie Sanchez.
Eddie Sanchez is a 777 captain for United Airlines. He lives in a hangar home with crew chief and bed partner Sherry.
We got to edit these. It's a family show, Cam. It's a family show. All right. Next up, race number 95. It's a 1995 Kit Fox 4 from Lancaster, Kansas. Give it up to Matt Dorsum.
Matt runs he runs heavy equipment for a living. He bought the Kit Fox halfway through his flight training. Go him. It's awesome to buy your own aircraft. And he got his private pilot's license very recently, so kudos to him.
Yeah, and this, again, maybe needs to be updated. I think Matt's been flying with us for a while.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Yeah. Okay, next up, it's your friend, race number 80.
Jared Justice.
Yeah, 2024 Kit Fox 7 Super Sport from Mountain View, Arkansas. Give it up for Jared Justice.
Jared Justice, like Ryan said, is from Mountain View, Arkansas. He's 24 years old with 650 flight hours since earning his license at 17 when I first met him at Arkansas 2020. He bought a nearly finished Kit Fox 7 project in spring 2023 and is 90% done with it, 90% to go.
But isn't that this one?
It should be. It should be this one.
This is the one that's finished?
I think this needs to be up.
It's 100% done and 100% to go.
Yeah.
Well, not to go, 100% to fly. Okay. Anyway, there we go. That's your sport class lineup. We're getting a little loopy here in the booth. We're excited with the sport class getting ready to kick off. Again, you're going to see even shorter takeoffs and even shorter landings. Let's check the weather here and see what we're dealing with. Winds 12, gusting 24 from 320. So more, look at these flags actually. You can see it's almost coming right down the pipe.
Yes.
I would say that might be winds 340 or 350. At least at the runway. Obviously, the weather station is different. We've got green flag called in National STOL, but we do have a departure at the airport here, so we got to wait just a second for them to be able to get airborne. But what a lineup. What a lineup there.
Yeah, we haven't seen Jared Justice since Swamp STOL of 23, maybe 22, something like that.
Yeah, there's the offending party. Some jet
jockey
go someplace.
Real planes have props, bro.
So we got to wait for the jet to take off here before we can kick off the sport class. But yeah, so we got some wind right down the pipe, as we say, right down the runway. That's going to help get some shorter numbers. By the way, let's check in on the votes on the blue flag. Okay. Ray Powell says, the blue flag of miscalculation. Janet says, blue flag, the blue heartache. Ooh, I kind of like that one there. Let's scroll down here. Ruben Michael saying, the blue flag blues.
Ooh, okay.
Can't say what Brad Sweet said. Bearded Aviator says the blue flag of shame / the blue flag of disappointment. I think that was the blue flag of disappointment. Okay, so we got some good things. We can take those under advisement there.
Yes.
I kind of like the blue heartache.
It does. Doesn't sound happy.
Blue flag blues is good too, though. Mm-hmm. It's got a certain ring to it. Also, Evan in the chat is saying, when is Jared Justice flying? Right now. Yeah, just in a minute once this jet takes off.
Evan speaks.
So in a minute. Hold your horses, Evan.
He's excited for his family to take off.
I mean, that's cool to get some jet noise.
Yeah. Jared and his lovely wife, Miss Kaylee.
And there's Rick Boardman waiting and ready. Green flag now that the departure is out of the way.
All right.
It's time to kick off the sport class here at Pony Express STOL 2025.
Mr. Boardman. Hopefully Mrs. Boardman is either on site or at home watching in support.
This aircraft powered by a Titan 340. Gross weight of 1,320 pounds. It's light sport. And one of the things, too, that it might be waiting for here is for wake turbulence from the jet. So wake turbulence, oh, man, my instructors are going to hate this. Do my best to explain it. Basically, like the wing generates lift, right? And off the wingtips, turbulence happens.
Yes,
little
swirling.
spirals, swirling wind, spiraling off the wingtips. That can actually mess you up if you're behind it or in the way of it. So we're waiting a little bit for that. Here's Rick Boardman now. And he's like, hey, everybody, I just want you to know I'm awesome. And if you watch that in the back row, every single one of those pilots was like, oh, Rick, we got to deal with Rick today. Okay, let's see. Not to be outdone, I've never seen Michael Busenitz fly that I can remember.
I feel like, I don't know. I feel like he has competed with us before, but I can't remember when.
He's grabbing a ton of that crosswind there, and I'm curious, maybe he's grabbing more than he needs to. But looking at the flags, they're coming more towards the left.
Yeah.
Tail up, and he's flying too. Okay. So Michael's saying, hey, Rick, bro, I can also airplane.
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting to me that we ended up with Eddie Sanchez in the middle of the pack. Most of this has to do with cruise speeds, right, around the pattern. So he's technically faster than the other two. Eddie I mean, look at him. This is a beautiful, beautiful man in a beautiful hat right there.
Yeah.
Watch what he can do with this airplane. You're going to hear it just make a lot of noise. Nice! Eddie Sanchez. That was a great takeoff for Eddie Sanchez from Willis, Texas. And you can see why the sport class is so, one, competitive, and two, just a lot of fun. We're getting some really short numbers. Look at this. 69 feet for Rick Boardman. Michael Busenitz, 67. Eddie Sanchez, 58 feet off the ground. Now, Matt Dorsum's in this Kit Fox 4. It's a tiny airplane.
But it's got a rocket on the front of it.
Yeah, it's 775 pounds empty, but it's got 160 horsepower. It's a lot of horsies. That's a lot of ponies.
A lot of ponies.
That are expressing him into the sky. I don't know if that totally worked. I'm doing my best here, folks. Okay, here comes Jared Justice now in this Kit Fox 7. So a different model of Kit Fox. You can see it's a little bit wider, a little bit bigger.
Yep.
The big thing you need to know about the Kit Foxes, the 4 and the 7, is the flaperons. And so on the wings, instead of two separate control surfaces to do the flaps and the ailerons, we mix them together in a Kit Fox, and they both work. They both work at the same time. That's those long control surfaces on the wing. So the whole thing's going to drop when he yanks the flaps. Boom. Nice. He got it off really well, and it didn't settle back down.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay.
You said mix, and I was thinking of stir fry.
Oh, jeez. Okay. You're hungry. Someone bring this man some stir fry. Rick Boardman, 69 feet. Michael Busen, 67. Eddie Sanchez, 58. Matt Dorsum with 62, so he's the closest in takeoff. And Jared Justice rounding it out with 87 feet for the takeoff. Rick Boardman is now going to be on final approach to your left. And while he comes in, I want to remind everybody that we are being simulcast on live air show TV, and that is super cool. I know that they've got an air show that they're at right now, so running between us and that air show on live air show TV, super, super cool. Also want to talk about our friends at Red Tag Art. Red Tag Art features innovative and handcrafted art and home goods made from red-tagged aircraft parts which are no longer viable for use. Each new design starts with one of those parts, seeing it for not what it is, but what it could be. Everything from bottle openers to valve covers, bottle openers made from valve covers to turbine coffee tables. RedTagArt.com. Go check them out. Here's Rick Boardman now settling down in a little bit of a balloon, holding it off, tail coming down. Nicely done. But it was a scratch.
Oh!
The blue flag of disappointment comes out again. Let's watch that replay. You know, it's funny. You guys thought his tail was going to come too far up. I was at no point worried. Here we go. Yep. Picking up the dust before the line there. You can see on the replay.
Just a wee bit of dust.
The blue flag of disappointment. Yeah. Lexi looked pretty disappointed.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Michael Busnitz in the Rans. Working that crosswind. Must be a little bit more crosswindy a few feet off the ground. Here we go. Healthily over the line. Lots of altitude to dissipate. Settling it down quite beautifully, if I'm honest. Very gracefully. And check out who it is in the chat as we get that score in.
Mr. Lone Wolf STOL himself.
Yeah, Keith Lang. Greetings from Valdez STOL in Valdez, Alaska. I miss you, friend. It's so great when you're on the circuit with us, but we hope you have a good time up in Valdez. Can't wait to see what scores you put down.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing those scores. Hopefully, while we're at dinner or after this, we can watch Valdez while we're just
a little twofer of STOL action on a Saturday.
Twofer.
Here comes Eddie Sanchez now, and in the chat, not Sock says, "How long until Lawnmower flies?" That will be the next class, so hang tight. Unlimited class will be coming soon. Eddie Sanchez, listen to it purr. Ooh, there we go.
Yeah.
There's that Eddie Sanchez tail maneuver. Nice one for Eddie Sanchez, sub 100 feet. That's going to be on TikTok later. TikTokable moments by Eddie Sanchez.
I loved when he pulled off and all that dust was flying. There's a powerful engine he has on the front of that aircraft.
Does he have a Tundra tail wheel?
He does.
I think he might have a Tundra tail wheel.
Yes.
If you're looking for a tail wheel to get rid of that tail wheel shimmy, you see how I did that transition?
Oh, yes.
You're looking for sleeker design with added security of a locking tail wheel. These are proudly made in America. Tundra tail wheels, they deliver exactly what you need. You can upgrade your aircraft today at tundra-tailwheel.com. Here's Matt Dorsum rocking those flapperons. Little power, but was it enough? No!
Well, darn. You should have stopped still, though.
Yeah, you got to stop. You always got to stop. That was the blue flag of miscalculation coming out to play.
Oh.
And off in the distance, we have Jared Justice in the other Kit Fox. And while he's coming in, I also want to talk about another one of our sponsors, iFly EFB. iFly EFB is the most complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows. That's pretty rare that you hit all three.
Yeah.
Advanced features that pilots want and the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution in the world. iFly EFB brings together the perfect balance of technology and real-world flight experience. Here's Jared Justice now. A little bit of power, little bursts. Nice, good over the line. No blue flag of disappointment for him, and he's going to be stopped.
Oh, yeah.
Sub 125.
Yeah, looking like 122, 121, somewhere around there.
iFly EFB, by the way, offering 3 prize packs, which are 1-year subscriptions to our pilots. It rotates through the classes. So thank you to them for their support. Thank you to Tundra Tailwheel, which I should add is compatible with Leaf Spring T3, TK1, Acme Aero, all that. Every suspension.
Yeah.
Throw that Tundra tail wheel right on that bad boy.
I will have one on my Champ sooner rather than later.
So interesting, as we go into the second run of Sport Class, we only have 2 people out of the 5 on the board. You got Eddie, 3 people on the board. Sorry, Jared's hadn't uploaded yet there. We've got Mr. Boosnitz with a combined score of 296, Jared Justice 211, and Eddie Sanchez with 155 feet combined. I don't think, though, we've really seen what we're going to see out of Rick Boardman or Matt Dorsum, right?
Oh,
they
yeah,
are
absolutely not.
Aggressive competitors. Here he goes, mowing the lawn. That airplane, I bet we're at around 40 feet for the takeoff of that. Rick Boardman makes that look easy.
Yeah,
40 foot on the dot for Rick Boardman.
All righty.
Oh, a revision from the judges. They reviewed it via video, and it's actually 38 feet for Rick Boardman.
Tree 8.
Michael Boosnitz. Very consistent takeoff, I think.
I'm digging that blue.
Yeah, really cool plane. Okay, listen to the loud thunder of the Sidewinder turbo. Oh, holy moly, Eddie Sanchez. What even was that?
Oh, man. Yeah.
That was nuts.
They look like they're around the 40-foot mark or less. Oh, my goodness. That's less. 35 feet. Let's go.
35-foot takeoff for Eddie Sanchez. Matt Dorsum giving it the beans.
Looks like Brad Crawford's out there pointing at the last blade of grass to touch tires. Looks like 70 feet.
70 feet for Matt Dorsum. Here's Jared Justice now.
All right, you can see that elevator already working. Tail coming up. Now coming back down. Very smooth takeoff.
All of these takeoffs are so short, but like in particular, Rick Boardman and Eddie Sanchez, they took off shorter than many aircraft are long.
Yeah.
Like F-14 Tomcat.
Yeah, definitely.
50 feet long.
Yeah.
You might be wondering why Rick Boardman's not in the Cub class, by the way. That's a thing that would make sense because he's in a Cub.
It is a Cub.
But look at the front of the wing when he comes around. So we can't have any lift modifying devices like that in the Cub class. He's got those slats on the front of the wings. That prevents him from competing in that class. You can see why. I mean, they're doing a lot of work right now. Oh, Rick Boardman.
Oh, wow.
That was style points times 1,000 for Rick Boardman. What? Sport Class Pony Express, you have my heart. That is the coolest thing ever.
He's also got flaps. So, I know that's...
Look at the tail wheel. Look at that. And just getting it down on the ground, keeping that tail exactly where it needs to be.
That's why I trailed off.
Okay, man, we've had so many just like really exciting competitive moments here at Pony Express. Look at that landing distance. He is now on the board with a combined score of 108. Here's Michael Boosnitz coming over the line, Going to land right around 173 feet. Rick Boardman up into first. Eddie Sanchez is going to do some work now, and he has that 35-foot takeoff to help him. So we're going to see what he pairs with it as he comes in on what I would call long final for STOL aircraft. Keeping it nice and stable. Remember, he is a 777 captain. So if he knows, anyone knows anything about a stabilized approach, it's Eddie Sanchez.
Yep. You can hear him modulating the throttle.
Here comes Eddie now, working the apex, dropping it down. Ooh. Well done. Just kind of sliding into home plate there. See, I made that baseball reference for Rally, the Mustang, but Rally left.
Oh.
Let's watch that on the replay. Oh, I think that was good. Yeah, that's called good. Yeah, don't play with me that way. Matt Dorsum now on approach. And, yeah, there is something kind of big out there coming in. It's a twin. It's just a twin. Just looks bigger than it is. Okay. Matt Dorsum. Ooh. Nice for Matt Dorsum. See, I think part of the reason why that was so successful was the shark teeth.
Yeah, it was taking a bite out of the air.
Yeah.
And like stopped.
Every airplane should have smoke systems and shark's teeth.
Yes.
Yeah, there's that twin. We're gonna try to figure it out because that doesn't look like it's a rarer one. Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Definitely does not.
I wanted to say like cicada, or whatever.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The twin one. That is that a real airplane? Aztec. It's an Aztec.
Okay.
Ooh, Jared Justice. Oh, no blue flag of disappointment. I 100% thought that there would be a blue flag of disappointment on that one. Checkered flag from Lexi. Let's see what happens here in the replay. Oh. Oh, no.
Oh.
After review, that is called a scratch. You heard him go wow, wow, wow with the throttle to try to get it over the line.
Yeah.
Add a little bit of power. Again, double-edged sword, right? You've got all that energy from the prop now. You have to re-dissipate through your brakes. So ended up not working out for Jared on that one. Now, let's recap the standings coming into the third run.
Yeah. First place, you have Rick Boardman with a combined total of 108. Second place, Eddie Sanchez with 111. Third place, Matt Dorsum, 153. Fourth place, Jared Justice, 211. And fifth place, Michael Buznitz with 226. Rick Boardman's going to give us some full throttle action while he brings up the tail. We'll see those flaps drop down.
So Rick Boardman holding on to first with a 38-foot takeoff on that last run. .81 feet this time, so he just wasn't quite calibrated the same way. Michael Buznitz now pulling a little early.
Just
wasn't quite ready to fly. I also think wind is different now. Flags are not blowing as hard as they were before.
Yeah. A little disappointing on the wind end.
Eddie Sanchez with 111 combined as his best. Currently holding second place. Full bore. Oh, man, that was cool. I don't know if, Cam, you saw when he took off, all the prop wash was still, like, really pushing all the dust.
Oh,
even though
yeah.
it was, like, 20 feet in the air already. It's a lot of power in that bird. Okay, that was a 58-foot takeoff. Very consistent for Eddie Sanchez. Matt Dorsum on the line now. Shark's teeth.
In the Yamaha Apex.
It's such a tiny thing.
Yeah. I wonder what he is pulling as far as thrust poundage.
Well, whatever it is, it's enough because that was 79 feet. I mean, these are just insanely short numbers here. Jared Justice. Okay, well timed.
Yeah.
Very
excellent.
well timed for Jared Justice on that one. The airplane came off the ground exactly when he wanted it to. So they are going to be going around, make right traffic around the airport here. Oh, okay, we got some more. I'm just checking the chat here. Angela Douglas saying maybe the flag should be called the Indigo Insult. I dig it.
I dig it, yeah.
Or she says the blue DQ. Blue DQ. All right. Rick Boardman, here he comes, working those slats now. Watch, he's transitioning to getting the tail nice and low, no super high. Well, just kind of like gracefully stopped there. And you can see him working those brakes. Tap, 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 tap. That is what my tail dragger instructor taught me, is the secret to tail dragger flying. You never put your foot down and hold.
Oof.
You just tap. Is that how you fly with it? You just
Yeah.
tap those brakes. Just
Yep.
tap, tap. And the rudder too, right? Tap,
Tap, tap, tap. Yep.
Little tap dance in action. That's the secret.
Little happy feet with some brakes.
I'm not an instructor. I don't claim to be one, but that was...
But Ryan said...
That's what they taught me, and I thought it was... it's worked well for me. Okay, here comes Michael Busnitz now. Rocking the Rands. Oop. Will Squirrely. And a go-around. Well done by Michael Busnitz. You could see it just not be coordinated anymore. Some sort of gust, some sort of burble right there.
Yeah. There was the National STOL flag did like a complete 360 over there near Jerry Clemens where he was standing. So something weird happened for sure.
A little weird, something weird in the air tonight.
Yeah.
And he needed to give it a go around. So we're all in on that. That is a safety decision that he made to make sure that he would be able to land the airplane correctly. And at that moment, he was like, oh, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't seem to be going the way I wanted to. Full throttle, and we'll go around the pattern and do it again. No big deal. That's what we do for safety, and they are highly encouraged.
Go-arounds are free.
Except for the avgas, but who cares?
Yeah.
Okay, Eddie Sanchez. Sounds so cool.
Yeah.
Just revving that engine. Look how short that was for Eddie Sanchez. Okay. Did he best his best landing, though? Maybe. His best was 76. No, I was completely wrong. That was 90 feet. So 111, still the best for Eddie Sanchez. So right now, you've got 3 feet separating Rick Boardman and Eddie Sanchez, and they need a little bit. The wind's starting to pick up now. Look.
Yep.
It's starting to pick up. They need that on that 4th run to get those back down into those slightly shorter numbers. Matt Dorsum coming in to the left.
Ooh. Very impressive. He just pulled that power and just let it sink.
And he had just the right amount of addition right before the line too. We heard the engine give a little little dip of throttle, and then he let it descend down and work those gears. So well done for Matt Dorsum. That's going to be his best with 146 combined. Okay, so people are pretty tight in this run. We had 146, 148, and 154 so far. You got Jared Justice coming in higher approach this time instead of that low, high alpha, high throttle behind the power curve approach. He's going to come in more stabilized. Flapperons working. Ooh, gracefully done for Jared. I would say that was music-like.
Yeah. Very poetic.
Also, hashtag not a Kit Fox Aircraft is not a sponsor yet. Kit Fox, call us. But I would just say Jared is not a short man.
No.
And he fits into that aircraft quite well.
Yeah.
It accommodates his altitude, his personal altitude.
Both him and his wife. They are not short people at all.
Michael Booston saving it. He was about to be a scratch for sure. He gave it some throttle, but the Indigo insult is out. They're going to do a review of it. And I'm going to agree with Lexi on that like I usually do. That was a scratch. We'll see what the race control agrees as well. So scratch for Michael Busnitz on that. Now here's the thing. That's going to happen, right? And it's more likely going to happen after you do a go-around because now your rhythm's off. You got to get like resettled in. Final lap for the sport class here at Pony Express STOL. And then, dun, 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 it's the return of Lawnmower with Lawnmower 4.1. Also, Pat McIntyre's here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He works on dogs and horses and animals and stuff.
So that unlimited class that we were just talking about, I want to be clear, it is stacked, right? You're going to see some insane flying. You're going to see Pat McIntyre in the Rans S7 doing things you did not expect. Same type of airplane as Mike Busnitz is flying. Here comes Rick Boardman. No way! Okay, I was not expecting that with the winds being what they are. That was well done by Rick Boardman.
Yeah.
You were also going to see Jared Garrettson come back and fly again in a Badlands Traveler.
Yes.
And then you're going to see Hal Stockman fly his Badlands.
Yes.
For the first time in competition ever.
Yeah, we're all super excited.
About to make history with Hal.
There's a Michael Busnitz throwing down some impressive numbers. That's sub 75, closer to 60-ish feet. 62 feet. So
yeah, Rick Boardman at 58. Nothing as short as that 38-footers, but 58 is still insane. Okay. Yep, sorry to interrupt. Michael Busnitz 62 feet.
Let's see what Eddie's going to do.
But sub 50 feet.
Jeez.
Oh, man. So think about what you're experiencing right now, right? Sport class. You got all these crazy short takeoffs. Now amp it up even one last more order of magnitude. That's what you're going to see in the unlimited class.
Yep.
Matt Dorson now, very gracefully done. Maybe could have pulled off a tiny bit sooner. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he right in front of us, he looked like he just initiated lift. Like he was already airborne, and it just kept hopping into the air. Jared Justice on the line.
Tail is ascending. There we go. And that felt very well timed as well.
Yeah. Unlimited class is going to be awesome.
So one of the early unlimited classes is going to be insane. I want to point out this could earn the comment, other than Dan Reynolds and Pat talking smack to each other all day in the chat. This could be the comment of the day if we were to give that award. Wing_view on the chat says, this is one of Eddie's previous landings, says, Eddie set it down like a butterfly with sore feet.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
That might be the winner for me.
Yeah. Butterfly with sore feet.
Let's see what Rick Boardman can do. He's going to set it down like a eagle something. Here we go. Dropping it in. Oh, no.
Oh.
The BFOD comes out. The blue flag of disappointment. Called scratch for Rick Boardman on that last one, but I think he's going to be fine. I don't want to call it before it's done, but man, this is going to be hard for anyone to beat 108 feet combined. So he's currently in first place. Next closest is Eddie Sanchez, just 3 feet behind him.
Yeah.
Here comes Michael Busnetz.
Flaps down, stabilized approach. You can hear him modulating the throttle, and that nose is going to come up a little higher until he loses lift. And it's good over the line. He's going to get stopped just a little bit past 125 feet. Maybe somewhere around the 128, 130 feet. 132 feet. Eddie Sanchez on short final. That Yamaha engine just has such a distinct sound. We can hear it modulating from here as he's giving it less and less power to get closer to the ground. You can see that nose coming up. He's going to drag the tail a little bit.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Eddie!
Let's go.
Nice. Watch on the replay. Classic tail first thing. Bouncing it in. Working those binders. And just holding it off. Unapologetically so. Was it enough? It was.
Ooh.
Look at that number. Here we go. Eddie Sanchez in the final hour. Combined score of 105 feet. That's nuts. What's even... I can't.
Yeah.
I just can't even do it. Okay. Matt Dorsum now. Bringing the Kit Fox in.
Ooh. Okay, Lexi calls it good.
Right, yeah. Hard to call from here.
Yeah. I was looking at the drone footage, and it was hard to call.
Oh,
ooh.
Yeah, well called, Lexi. That was a hard one, and came in right over the line, got it stopped. That was a 74-foot landing for Matt Dorsum. He's going to be down now to 143 for his best. And now if you're Rick Boardman, I said earlier, I don't want to call it yet. It's going to be hard. And then Eddie Sanchez was like, no problem. I got this. Jared Justice coming in. That was really short for Jared.
I mean... It's going to be his shortest yet. 88 feet.
Nice. With 179 combined. So that's the sport class. We got one more class to go. No holds barred, unlimited dogfight coming at you.
Let's go.
Right after this. We'll be back soon. NationalStol.com. Pony Express Stol. Let's do this.
friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. And then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes.
Call your dad.
Awesome glasses.
Yeah, you're so far away. Okay, I think we're back right now. And welcome everybody back to Pony Express STOL here at Rosecrans Airport. We are having one heck of a day. We got one more class after this, and it has been upset after upset. Man, it's just the wind has been so favorable for STOL flying. Let's give it up for the sport class behind me here. Okay, in third place with a combined score of 143 feet, give it up for Matt Dorsum. Nice one. Now, in second and first place, I want to point out we were separated by 3 feet. You can clap for that. Or go woo or something. That's insane. With a combined score of 108 feet, second place goes to Rick Boardman. Which means with a combined score of 105 feet, Eddie Sanchez. Eddie, we've been watching you fly this year. You had a great showing at Swamp STOL. You had a really good last run. Can you walk us through that 105-foot score?
Well, I knew I was trailing Rick. I hadn't flown my airplane since Swamp STOL. I never took it out of the trailer, so I really needed that practice yesterday. So my first few runs were practice, and my last one was the one I finally got it done. But he's a hard competitor. He's going to be that way all season, so we gotta bring it. So exciting.
Yeah, it was really great to watch. I also want to say hi. I want to say hi to this little guy over here. Who are you?
Jameson.
Jameson? Say hi. Hi, Jameson.
Whiskey.
Whiskey? Wait, what? Whiskey? Hey, buddy.
Whiskey.
Whiskey. Sorry, I misheard you.
No, it's Jameson, but I call him Whiskey.
You call him, well, now you guys are really confusing me. They're messing with me up here. What did you think of watching your dad fly?
I have a watch at home.
Was it fun?
Was it fun?
Yep.
Yep, I agree. All right, everyone, give it up for the sport class. Great flying. We've got one more class to go. Things are going to get a little more intense. You're going to see Ranzas versus Lawnmower 4.1 versus Badlands. It's going to be intense. We'll be right back with more right after this. Whoa, look out!
He pushes me and I push him, and same with Hal. We're challenging each other. Everyone's like, whoa, this is gonna be close.
I have beat him, but not often. I gotta be really on my game and he's gotta be off his a little bit.
The hard work happens with the majority of what Steve does before we get here. It's the innovations, the development of the new parts, testing them, all that. And a lot of that has to do with what Steve does before we get here.
Really excited. I just hung my weights and got everything ready for traditional STOL, and I'm just excited to get going.
I usually fly a Highlander, but I sold it. I'm rebuilding a new one that's going to be
pretty competitive at both National STOL and STOL drag, so I'm excited about that, but it ain't ready yet.
I fly my Rans off a grass strip in airport about 15 minutes from my house. Rick and Colin Kadiva, both really good friends of mine. Colin has a place with a strip behind his house. I've flown in and out of there.
Patrick and I, we got a little bit of a grudge match going.
Come on, get it stopped, Charles. Get it stopped, Charles. No!
You know, had to let it all hang out.
Oh, man,
One way or another, we're going to stop it, even if it's sideways.
It was so fun. I got to fly the unlimited. You can't beat it.
We couldn't do this without our local sponsors. Sunshine Electronic Displays, Buchanan County, BMS Logistics, Alltech, E.L. Crawford, Eidecker, Woolpert, Central Flying Service, Indra, Fly Tech Academy, Chick-fil-A, Crane Construction Company, Equipment Share, Gray, Hilliard, Metronet, Mosaic Life Care, Orthopedic Center, St. Joseph Chamber of Commerce, St. Joseph Sports Commission, Will Woods State Farm, Tech Team, Texas Roadhouse, The Payden Link, and Think 516.
All right, STOL fans, the moment you've been waiting for, the Unlimited, is about to start. We're going to go over the sport class that we just had. We got number 1, Eddie Sanchez, with a combined total of 105 feet. Second place, Rick Boardman, with a combined total of 108 feet. Wowzers. Third place, Matt Dorsum, combined total 143. Fourth place, Jared Justice, combined total 172 feet. And in fifth place, Michael Buznitz with 194 feet to round out the sport class. Now, the moment you've been waiting for, the Unlimited class. We've got number 40, Patrick McIntyre, in the 2006 Rans S7 from Lincoln, Nebraska. Number 60, Jared Garrettson, in the 2021 Badlands Traveler from Manhattan, Kansas. Hal Stockman, number 3, in the 2025 Badlands Vaquero from Elko, Nevada.
And unfortunately, Brian Steck, number 51, in the 2024 American Legend MOAC, had some mechanical issues on his way to the event, having some cylinder issues. So he's got to work on that a little bit more to get that aircraft back on the circuit, but better safe than sorry. You know, don't want to push it, right? You want to be ready to go. So,
absolutely,
folks, Miata in the chat. When will the next class begin? You're in for a treat. It's happening right now. It's time for the Unlimited class. First, let's give a hearty Pony Express welcome to race number 40. From Lincoln, Nebraska to 2006 Rans S7, give it up for Patrick McIntyre.
Pat is a part-time veterinarian focused on orthopedic surgery in dogs. He's a part-time professional pilot, giving flying lessons and doing contract flying in a Pilatus.
Next up, from Manhattan, Kansas, race number 603, a 2022 Badlands Traveler. Give it up for Jared Garrettson.
Jared enters in his second year of competition with National STOL. He buys, sells, trades, and builds experimental backcountry aircraft, and is known for saying, if I can fly in it, I'll fly it.
So it's fun to see him twice
twice in one day.
Yep.
Jared flying again. And last but certainly not least, from Elko, Nevada, in the aircraft known as Lawnmower 4.1, a 2024 Badlands Vaquero. Give it up for race number 3, Hal Stockman.
Hal Stockman's Vaquero, the Lawnmower 4.1, is a flying rebuild of Lawnmower 4. The tail is from the original aircraft, as he mentioned in our interview earlier. And he added he's going to add a front canard for CG balance and tail effectiveness. So it doesn't have a canard right now, but...
What?
Yeah.
We're going burnt rattan on this thing?
Yeah. I was at Oshkosh and saw Clint over there eyeing the... I forgot what it's called, the 172 that has the canard, the Cessna. But he was over there eyeing it on the way to the STOL demo, and I knew that there were some gears turning in his head. I didn't know what they were going to be for, and it looks like it's going to be for the Badlands.
So you might be thinking about the Cessna 182.
Yes.
The King Katmai.
Yes.
With the canard for STOL operations.
Yep. So it's a 182. I can't tell.
I think there's a 172. I mean, that doesn't sound wrong to me. Had a little bit of FOD on the field there, so Lexi had to go clean up the runway. Looks like it was
some FOD?
Like a window blind. We've seen those fly out of airplanes before. Yeah. People put them in there to keep the sun off the tops of their heads or the skylights, things like that. So it must have come out of someone's aircraft. So she's got that cleaned up so it doesn't cause an issue. Pat McIntyre is ready to go. So this unlimited class, it's an open class for any pilot of all aircraft models and types, except for, like, you can't have a helicopter or a twin. Every class is scored in feet, just like the other things. The only big differences are that the tires typically are marked, and we have more purpose-built race aircraft, and it's encouraged that people with a more purpose-built race aircraft compete in this class. So that's where Hal Stockman is. This is the same class that you would see. Oh, green flag.
First
Pat
takeoff.
McIntyre off right around 50 feet in the S7. I was going to say this is a class you'd see Steve Henry in. You'd see Brian Steck in High Strung, that like very purpose-built water-cooled MOAC. The Badlands come to play here sometimes. So here is Jared Garrettson now.
In the Badlands Traveler, which will be different from Hal's Vaquero. Different engine, different tail, a little bit heavier. It's still going to have wicked performance, as we see. Somewhere around the 45-ish foot range, looks like, on that takeoff.
Okay. Now,
46 feet.
The first takeoff of Lawnmower 4.1 in National STOL or any competitive contest this year. Brand new airplane. Hot off the presses.
Hat. And we hear that Rotax spooling up.
Nuts! Nuts! This has always been Hal's approach, right? Is make it super light. Throw some power on the front.
Yep.
Get her done.
Jeez.
Oh, man. Let's look at these numbers. I'm waiting for Hal's number to come in. We have the shortest takeoff of the day. Pat McIntyre with a takeoff of 53 feet. Jared Garrettson with a takeoff of 46 feet.
Alrighty.
And Hal Stockman with a jaw-dropping takeoff of 32 feet.
Wow.
What?
Yep.
That's a little crazy.
Yeah, so, I mean, he said, so when he was talking about the difference between the Badlands Traveler and the Vaquero, he was saying that it's got a different tail. So we see the straight tail. It's lighter. It's got more carbon fiber and composites going on. And it's rocking the Rotax 916. So, I mean, He's got a recipe for greatness in an already great airplane.
Here comes Pat McIntyre now, settling it in. So stable. What? Nice one, Pat McIntyre. That was bonkers. Pat, to me, feels like the kind of competitor where you can never guess how solid those landings are going to be, right? He's always surprising you with just like, he can always get a little more solid, a little more vertical. He's always able to just kind of place it on the runway. There we are on board with Pat McIntyre right now. You can see his helmet and his jumpsuit. Got that flap handle hanging out. Good to see you. Yeah, there he is, working the flaps for us. He put down a 55-foot landing, so he's got 108. So we're already right where we were with sport class, right? On the first landing of the first run. Now, look at Jared coming in, helicopter impression, dangling that tail down. Bloop.
Oh.
And getting it stopped. That is also bonkers. We have such high lift wings on these airplanes in this class. Look at the slats on the front of that airplane. Just helping him keep that huge angle of attack, the wind staying attached to the wing. That was a 40-foot landing.
Jeez.
So that's 86 feet combined. So we're already sub 100 on the second landing. Now, what the heck is Hal Stockman's airplane going to do with him at the controls of it? What is going to happen?
I mean, he's lumbering it in right now.
And this is just the beginning of the season. Wait till the end of the season once he's got this thing totally figured out.
Over the line. Stopping at about 105 feet, 107 feet.
So I think that one just gave up too much.
Yeah.
Like over the line, like too healthily over the line for Hal Stockman there.
Wind's kind of died down too. I mean,
yeah, he didn't have as much. Yeah, 105 feet. So he's going to be in third place with 137. That's going to put Jared Garrettson in first with 86 and Pat McIntyre with 108. But we have 3 more runs to go in the unlimited class. Well, they taxi to the line. We'll say hi to one of our friends of the circuit, Kathy Joe. She says, to see a Summit take the podium, that's the best birthday present ever. Congrats. Can't wait to see you continue. So she's talking about the rookie class having the
Just Summit.
Highlander Summit compete. That was really great.
Happy birthday to you, Miss Kathy Joe. We miss you. Can't wait to see you back on the circuit with us, volunteering.
And Jeff Daly here saying, it takes a pilot to retract your flaps and put some back in when you aren't going to make the line.
Yeah.
Little early pull for Pat McIntyre there. Didn't get off quite as spritily.
Yeah, and special shout out again to Kathy Joe. She was involved with Just when they first started, and she's involved with the Avid Flyer and that whole lineage of aircraft.
Jared Garrettson ramping up those cylinders. Oh, buddy. What was that? Okay, Pat McIntyre's takeoff score is in 60 feet.
All right. Hal Stockman in Lawnmower 4.1. All the judges are getting ready. They're all spread out between the 25 feet and 50-foot line, but they're going to not need 50 feet because...
Oh, man.
Yeah. Looks like a sub 50-foot takeoff. Only just 49 feet on that takeoff.
I think we did get a little less wind. They feel a little less bendy.
Yeah.
You know what else is not bendy at all?
What's that?
Behringer brakes.
Ooh.
Behringer's a new supporter of National STOL. And the company, Behringer Aero, has been manufacturing wheels and brakes in the same spirit and quality and performance for 30 years. You know them on the aircraft you see. Typically, they're bright red.
Yep.
You can tell with the wheels and the brakes there. Great quality control, designed to provide the best stopping power and the reliability you're expecting from a safe braking system. And here, obviously, at National STOL, brakes, we need them. Got to stop short. So big thanks to Behringer Brakes, Behringer Aero for their support. Pat McIntyre hanging that tail down, dropping it on and short. Oh, see what I mean about the consistency of the landing?
Yeah, just a little bit over 50 feet on that one. We'll see what it comes in as 58 feet.
So 118, so adding 10 feet there. So best is still 108. Jared Gerritsen with a 50-foot takeoff, so just a little bit longer. That time, we'll see what he does as he comes around the bend.
On board with Patrick McIntyre for just a second. Now we're back with Jared Gerritsen.
On the right side of the race course there. It's going to be centering it up to the left now. Hanging on that wing.
Using that rudder control. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, it's a close one. Sub 25? Was that really a 25? Did we just see a 25-foot landing? Good over the line, too. Look at that. That was close. I don't know if that could have been closer. What did that number come in at? They're saying, oh, I must have the parallax going on. 37 feet?
Okay.
37-foot landing for Jared Gerritsen. It's going to solidify. Actually, he's actually longer by a foot. The math ends up working out. He's longer by the foot, but he's had, that's just insane, 86 and 87 feet respectively for his first two runs. Now, Hal Stockman, 49-foot takeoff, seeing if he can dial in these landings. Again, this first competition in this aircraft. Slow boating it.
Ooh.
Down and stop. Right about there. Okay, big improvement, right?
Yeah.
He is dialing it in. First one was 105.
This was going to be somewhere around 77, 78, 79. All right.
They're shaving off some feet there for Hal Stockman. 2 more runs to go the unlimited class.
See them coming around the bend there. Hal Stockman, Jared Gerritsen. The aircraft is looking mighty fine, especially with that straight tail.
Yeah, I dig the straight tail.
Yeah.
I like that. Some people like curved tails, some like straight tails. Tomato, tomato.
Yeah.
A little early again for Pat McIntyre. I feel like the wind isn't quite what he wants it to be. Working those flaps off there. Jared Gerritsen now. I wanted to say like healthily out in front, but let's be real. Like 108 to 86 is not that big of a difference. Big tail up for Jared. Dropping those flaps. Ooh, hung on a little bit longer than last time.
Yeah, just that the wind is playing a crazy game right now.
Now, if we remember what happened during the sport class, we had a lull in the middle, and then it picked up at the end. So I wonder if we are in the lull, if we're in like a little wind cycle today. We're in a little bit of a depression, and it's going to pick up for the last run. That's what I'm hoping for. Just make it a little spicy.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, little Tabasco on there. Not a sponsor. Okay, here comes Hal Stockman. Floating it off. That was almost so graceful, Cam, you couldn't even tell where it left. For me.
I mean, judges are having a hard time right now, too. 63 feet on that takeoff. So the wind is doing something a little different.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not doing what we want it to do. We'd love a little more Check it out. We're on board now with Pat McIntyre putting in another notch of flaps there.
And that onboard camera is looking really good right now.
That's super cool.
Got some
nice
good bokeh.
visibility out of that aircraft.
Yeah.
Lined up pretty perfectly on final. Very stable. And I kind of want to stay. I want to stay on this onboard image. I don't know if I want to see what this looks like as he dips down and gets that nose higher. There we go. There goes the nose higher above the horizon, hanging that tail down.
We can see
dropping
the line.
those flaps.
All right.
Nice, Pat. That was a great one. Did you see we were talking about passenger comfort before?
Yeah.
Like a fairly good shock in the cockpit as those shocks spread out there on the replay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So that was super clean, right? Like, again, I'm not like I shouldn't be one to providing any feedback on any of this because I'm not like Mr. Pro STOL pilot. But like, dear Pat McIntyre, no notes. He probably has some notes for himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, he didn't like it. He shook his head no when he landed. But I look at that and I go, man, that was pretty smooth.
Yeah, man.
So I don't know. That's the level that we're competing with here. He is now, I mean, every run is increased for Pat. Jared's been hanging out the same so far. Here he comes. Ooh. Behind the power
go
curve.
around.
And he is going to go around. You heard that growl as it started to sink.
Yeah.
And fall down in. And so he did a go around there.
Oh, yeah, and the winds are complete. I mean, they're
yeah, we
pretty
almost
much,
like wind's calm now. What is happening? Look at the orange windsock, too, for the airport proper.
Yeah.
Is not doing anything.
I'm looking at this vehicle out near the drop zone for the C-130s, and like the dust is really not moving.
Sure, yeah. There's not a lot of wind over the ground. We do have a little bit of a ridge that's blocking some, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Here comes Hal Stockman now with the shortest takeoff of the competition with 32 feet. A bird playing with him there.
Yeah.
In final. And look at that.
Ooh.
Oh, man. He's getting it dialed in. He's figuring it out. That felt to me like a butterfly landing with whatever, broken feet.
Sore feet.
Sore feet,
yeah.
Now, we have to wait for Jared to come around the pattern again. And there he is, as if on cue.
Came around fairly quick. I wonder if that was left or right-hand traffic for him. I didn't get to see.
Holding it off again, way behind the power curve,
Yeah.
dropping the tail down, getting it stopped. Ooh, Jared is ready for the dog fight.
All right, yeah. Somewhere in the 60s on that landing.
You know, you got to wonder
61.
if him flying a different airplane earlier in the day, you know, does that give him a little bit of an edge here?
Yeah.
Because
I don't know.
Because he's been in the pattern 4 times more than the other guys, even if it was in an airplane that was 3,600 pounds.
Yep. Looks like Austin Clemens is about to leave out, go home, or go play. Either one. See you later, Mr. Austin Clemens.
Pat McIntyre, last run of Unlimited Class, Pony Express STOL. What a great day it has been.
Yeah, weather's been awesome. It's way better than yesterday.
Here we go. It's not over yet.
Woo.
Final lap of the Unlimited Class is underway. 55 feet for Pat. Okay, he is down back close to where he started.
Okay.
Look at the wind. Yeah. I called it. We did a little flippy floppy of the wind. We had a little depression. Now we've got some real wind on the nose.
Yeah, someone's
the
out there
problem for
blowing.
Pat is it might be increasing for his competitors. Look at that for Jared Garrettson.
They're saying sub 50. It's looking like 45.
Oh, we have a dogfight, Cam. We got a dogfight on our hands.
Yeah, 47.
47. Everyone's right back at their takeoff distances within a couple feet.
All right, Hal.
So what's Hal going to do now?
Yeah. Let's go.
Hoping the wind holds for him. Yep.
Woo!
Yep. Yep, a little bit longer than his first one, I'm guessing, by eyeball, but not by much.
Yeah, maybe somewhere around 42 feet. Let's see.
We're just holding our breath. 45 feet. That is insane, with a capital I. And no indigo insults.
Nope.
No blue flags of disappointment yet.
None to speak for. Watch us jinx everybody.
I know. I hope we didn't. Folks, it is your last chance to vote for your favorite pilot. nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote. We want to see who your favorite pilot is. And voting gets turned off right as the last aircraft lands. Doing his final landing of Pony Express STOL is Pat McIntyre. Whopping it and dropping it. There we go, Pat. Right around 50 feet, give or take. .109, so he literally within a foot matched his first run. So that's not going to be enough to upset Jared Garrettson. So he has got second place almost certainly in the bag, but I don't want to jinx it. Hal's still got to land, and Hal could unseat both of them or one of them.
Yep.
Look at that. There we go. Tail down before the line. Bouncing around on that thing. Nice short landing for Jared Garrettson. You know, it's occurring to me that he just came and competed in everyone else's planes today.
Yeah.
No one's going to let him borrow a plane again.
I would.
I certainly wouldn't. No way, man. You can't
I mean,
have that.
on the weekends, like sandbars,
Yeah.
not competition.
No.
No, sir.
No. Not cool, bro. Beat me at my own game.
Uncool move.
Okay. It's time for the last landing of Pony Express STOL, everybody.
Ooh.
Let's hear you in the crowd. Here he comes, Hal Stockman in Lawnmower 4.1. The triumphant return of Hal to the competitive circuit. Ooh, doggy.
Real.
That one was pretty good to the line there. I feel like that was very accurate for Hal Stockman as he taxis off, folks. Don't forget to tune in and join us. You going to be there? We're both going to be there. Oregon Trail STOL.
Yeah, I got to drop the trailer out there.
Yeah, it's Ontario, Oregon, May 30th and 31st. And then after that, we'll be at the Moses Lake Air Show in Moses Lake, Washington, June 20th and 21st. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Pony Express STOL right after this.
Learn from flyers worldwide. Watch your flights unfold with accurate terrain, scenery, altitude, ground speed, and ground track. Improving your wind situational awareness by reviewing your flight path with wind data. Invite friends to join you. Debriefing with peers is a blast. Seeing your skills improve fast by avoiding repeated mistakes. Never wasting a chance to document bragging rights. Or continue to improve by connecting with pilots and instructors who inspire you. Just tap to record.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
And we are back. What an amazing end to an amazing day here at Pony Express STOL. Wow, Rosecrans Memorial Airport. You gave us one heck of a day. Let's hear it for these unlimited competitors. Throwing it all on the line. In third place with a combined score of 100. These numbers, they keep getting smaller. With a combined score of 117 feet. Give it up for Hal Stockman. With a combined score of 108 feet, Pat McIntyre. Which means in first place with a combined score of 86 feet. What? Jared Garrettson, get up here, Jared. Jared, I got a really important question. We were just talking about it on the broadcast. Is anyone ever going to lend an airplane to you again?
I don't know. They might not want to. Well, I hope so. Riding borrowed horses is kind of a different ball game.
Yeah, you've got two different laps through the pattern today, two totally different aircraft. Is that hard to do when you're transitioning from, hey, the last time I was doing this, I was in something like triple the size?
Yeah, it's a little bit different. The Boss is a little bit more of a wrestling match, and the Traveler's a little bit more of a finesse game. But I don't know. We came out and I did my best, and I guess here we are.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys. Give another round of applause for these Unlimited class winners. Great to watch them fly today. They always say that Unlimited class gets the hardest wind, and I think that might have been true today as well. It has been an awesome day here. Oh, I don't know what is happening. I'm going to get far away. It has been an awesome day. While they sort out who they're going to damage with that sparkling grape juice, I want to thank all the volunteers that made it possible today here at Pony Express STOL. Thank you to them. Thank you to everyone in that broadcast trailer over there and on top of it. Wave up on top there. They bring it to all the audience, all worldwide. Thank you to them. Thanks to Cam Walton, my co-announcer in the booth. We will see you in Ontario, Oregon in just a few weeks. NationalStol.com for more. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you soon.